Like the video. Thumb up the video. Like the video. Thumb up the video.
Sir, back up, please. Sir, you got to back up. Come on, be a human being. Back up, please. Come on. Can I be any more nicer? Can I be any more polite?
Come on,
back
man.
up.
No such thing as a white man being nice, man.
All right, you said that, right?
Yeah. Show me where y'all nice at.
I don't need to show
Come on,
you.
man.
I'm just asking to back up.
I'm back.
That bullshit that you've been told, and you need that info. Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV. Tune in to consciousness and watch the lies fold, then you can let the truth flow. On Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV. When you feel that melanin about to explode, like you feel the wind blow. It's Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV. I know you got the truth, but you can give more, so you continue to grow. Sonetta TV, Sonetta TV.
I'm the rock squad up, magi archers in the building, please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sonetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic. Quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush and black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell of a mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise weaponized greenery. Shine that'll jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. That's who it is. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Look, man, check this out, man. We right where we need to be. Adding science to the conversation. It ain't hard, and y'all know it's not, man. Look, Bobby banging this piece, man. So listen, we want to get right to it, running behind a little bit, but it's all good, man. We let them people get in the building, let them hurry up in here, man. We got a couple debates coming through too, just for the record, man. Shout out to Black News 102. It's going all the way down. Shout out to the community of skeptics. Double streaming. You know what it is. Look, it's Kemetic priesthood, the prototype of the Levitical priesthood. Sister Christina and Sister Nepal. It's going down. Man, y'all gonna be in the building or what? Y'all gonna be there to check out this contest between these two sisters. Man, just go ahead and support the sisterhood, man. About time they decided to throw their hat in the ring. About time somebody give them some respect somewhere. It's about daggone time, man. And we appreciating the doors being open. We got Dr. Mayak coming through too. Trying to figure out who our opponent gonna be. So everybody throwing their hat in the ring to bring the information. But y'all already know, man, science is undefeated, man. So look, man, the Pseudo Killers is also having an event on the 14th, I believe. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Quick, fast, in a hurry. I see the family out in the building, man. I appreciate everybody coming through, man. That's important for us to continue to support. You find the flyer, man. If I can find the flyer. Let me get that flyer real quick for y'all. Mods, if y'all got the flyer, man, throw it in the thing. Got a couple good. 1 second, man. Let me see if I can find that. You know I would have not to have it. Let me see. Man, the feed file for fumble. I got the Christina fly. I got that. All right, got that. You know we ain't gonna fumble for so long. Yo, we'll pick it up, take it all the way, run it back to the house, man. Got 100 people, 100,000 in the building. Let me share the screen. All right, yeah, we're having this event too. Live interview. It's the 15th, 7:30, man. $25 tickets, man. You know, this is, you know, we're going to have quality interview right here. Dr. Moya McTeer, The Milky Way, the autobiography of the Milky Way, halfway through the book. Great book. Had a great conversation with the sister. And she's on par with the experts. And so we want to make sure we have a variety of experts coming through. Just think this is important. Got another young brother coming through. I ain't gonna announce it yet. We're gonna have an interview on the Pseudo Killers, and we're gonna have that interview right here. All right. See you, Jeff. Shout out to Jeff Ali, man, for doing that, bringing his nephew through. This is what we doing, man. We're gonna keep doing it. So every time y'all open up y'all fat lips and talk crazy and act like y'all the level. Of course, we all feel like we're the level, but there's a level to the level, all right? People get paid to do that. People to spend the majority of their life doing that, you know, like your career. There's people who make career choices to play baseball and basketball. 9.5 times they're better than the people that do not participate. All right. So we want to make sure we get the experts through. All right. So we can settle some of these conversations. All right. And y'all know what it is. Let me see. Getting Blocked. What's good with you, man? Bond Dog. What's up with you, man? The God. What's up? NWW. Juju. What it do? What's up, Tony? Don't run us, God said. Don't ruin us, God said. Ah, man. Sister Freedom is in the building. I see we got the haters in the building and we got the supporters in the building. And that's a great spot to be in. Abstract Vision Media, what's up with you? Eric Graham, what it do? Judah, what's up with you? Contrarian Thinker is in the house. James Modest. Let y'all fill up the space, man. Shout out to the community skeptics. So we got a good one today. Was Charles Darwin a racist? How about Hawass? Based off where you at, first let me make the political statement. Black African power. I'm black and I'm proud. That's a political statement, right? Let you understand some of my politics, some of my focus, right? You know, my focus is in my house first. That's my focus. No man can knock you for that, for focusing on his prodigy first, his family first, his babies first, right? Got to do that. Sometimes, a lot of times in these movements, right, when outside the house, right, house is in a shambles. Had a conversation about maybe 10 years ago, and it was the great-granddaughter of Chancellor Williams, and was basically saying, great-granddaughter or granddaughter, basically saying that her great-grandmother or grandmother was still mad at him because he wasn't home. All right. And so I remembered that and I took note. So I turned a lot of things down to make sure that the babies get that attention. Shout out to the twins, man. They graduated last week or so in college, got that degree. All right. Now, it might not mean something to y'all, but it means something to me. All right. Shout out to their mother that pushed them and guided them in the proper direction. Shout out to those who graduate to reach the highest levels. All right. So, yeah, we feeling good around here. We had 130,000 and they starting to come in the building. So I just wonder where y'all at with this. I hear a lot of talk, right? But who's really going to bring it out? Are you going to allow the way you feel about a subject make you pseudo? I'm going to tell you right now, you start trying to make these racial categories, you're clearly in the pseudo range. So we got a couple of articles. We got I never want to overdo it. Okay. I got Science Daily. I'm gonna have to start putting these things in the chat. I got the Journal of Science, the Journal of Nature, have the big wigs, but I don't really like to lead with that because I got a motto. You start with Wiki and end in the journals, and then all that in between. And then there's a certain pecking order. And so you got like scientific conferences, right? Where they put together literature review. Okay, let me show you let me show you a conference work. Look. All right. And put you. Okay, so this is one of them. It was a conference. The HISCOS, the New Historical and Archaeological Perspective. This was a conference, right? I got the other one coming in the mail, man. Rethinking the Afro-Asiatic. think y'all might have seen Assad talk about that, right? Some of the pseudo killers is already reading that work. We want to make sure we bring y'all the best, all right? All right. So it was in this work that I had to change my stance as I was moving up the ladder, fighting back my pseudos. What's going on, pseudo killers? I see you, Cedric. What it do? All right. Yeah, it was in this work that I kind of started to recognize who this Hiscos was based off the archaeological record, what they was, what they wasn't. And it was like Joseph Flavius and them. They had us, they was saying that they was the Hebrews. And this particular document, it actually gives the Egyptian perspective too. So it's a great work. So those conferences is the highest level, one of the highest levels. All right. When you're doing your research, always reference conferences. All right. We like to do that. And we always talk about the Cairo Symposium, which was also a scientific conference. I suggest y'all read that whole thing. All right. Want to at least get you about 165, 170 before we rock out. All right. Definitely want to do that. Let me get my notes together. It's a piece I thought I had this piece, but I don't know how I had the piece, read it. I should have marked it off, man. Position of modern scholarship. Hey. Oh, okay. All right. Background. I want to see how y'all gonna deal with this. So, okay, let's jump. Let's see who we got in the building yet. Let's see if we got enough to get the clock started. We almost there, y'all. Come on, man. Hit that like, man. Man, hit that cash app early. It's gonna be a good one. All right, then I'm gonna let y'all wade in. John Doe. Was Darwin the racist? You read too much of this photo. 75, I see you. Or grow 75, man. That magic number, man. Hit the like button, man. Like up the video, man. Like up the video.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
Man, make sure y'all subscribe to the Pseudo Killers and make sure you subscribe to the community of skeptics. All right. While y'all at it, man, drive by the Magi Arches, man. He got the conversation. All right. So we reached that magic number, 170,000. And so let's jump. Let's see. Should we set the foundation? Let's start off with Hawass. We got a lot of people talking about Hawass. Hawass, right? Lot of this, a lot of that, man. Okay, so I read some of his work. Okay. And quality work. This is one of them. All right. You know, one of them hardback joints. Right? All right. Quality work. The dude is also an archaeologist. Dude can read meta-nature. And he make mistakes like everybody. But don't get it. Y'all not just running up on this man, though. See, y'all think y'all can just run up on him. I don't believe it. All right. He has his opinions. All right, bro. And makes no bones about it. He claims that he's fighting for his people, for their antiques. And what y'all gonna say about that? He claims that African Americans is like misappropriating history. And he said the Egyptians ain't black. Now, does that make him races? A lot of y'all would say, yeah. Okay, it's one book. Here's a great book on Nubia. I think he wrote the foreword. Name is right here. Forward by Hawass. It's a great book right here. Yep. All right. Yep. Great work. A lot of good people in this book too. So that's two great. And if we go to his page real fast, right, while y'all just mowing them down. I know y'all mowing them down. Go ahead, mow them down. I'm gonna treat the subject fair. I think y'all need to hear, now whether you feel like the petition y'all signing, man, that's y'all. I mean, maybe y'all got y'all political reasons, or maybe just, but if you run around trying to sign a petition because you think the Egyptians is black, then you pseudo. I'm gonna tell you why. All right. So let's see where he at. Let's look at some of his education here. All right. So hell, I was born 56 years ago. Let's see. He was born in Egypt. All right. Okay. Although he's originally dreamed of becoming an attorney, it said he obtained his bachelor's of art degree in Greek and Roman archaeology from Alexandria University. All right, 1967. And in 1979, Hawass earned a diploma in Egyptology from Cairo University. All right. So he Egyptologist. Okay. All right. And he got his bachelor's degree in Greek and Roman archaeology. So he understands archaeology. All right. It say he then worked at the Great Pyramids as an inspector, all right, and combination of administrator and archaeologist. All right. So he's checking some boxes here, at least for me. He ain't checking it for y'all by now. For most y'all probably say, get out of here. I'm saying I'm looking at, what the man has done. Sometimes we're going to set our feelings to the side and we give him a fair critique. Now, just because he got his degree in archaeology and all that, don't mean that he couldn't be a racist, right? And just because he doesn't say what you want him to say, that doesn't mean he's a racist. All right. So we want to keep a level head here and critique fairly here. I know what my thing is against him, right? And I'm gonna prove my point. It ain't for some of the reasons that y'all might have picked up. Then we come here, right? Then when he was 33 years old, Hawass was awarded what's the Fulbright Fellowship to attend the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia to study Egyptology, earning a Master's of Art degree in the subject and also one of Syro-Palestinian archaeology in 1983, and his PhD in Egyptology. So he's a PhD. Yeah, he wrote a dissertation, and we need to pull his dissertation, see what he wrote it on, right? So y'all not just running up on him like you think you is, right? Y'all talk that talk from the sidelines, but step in the game, all right? And I would suggest Jabari and them, they should have got the $1,000 ticket and went in there and had a conversation with him. That's probably the proper thing to do. Y'all could have put the little money together and went in there and had that conversation with him, right? I personally don't think it makes sense to question the people selling the tickets as if they was archaeologists. Thought that was wild to me. That's wild. But, who am I? You know what I'm saying? I'm just here chilling. Okay. And exit from the graduate group in Art of Archaeology of the Mediterranean World. That's the AAMW. I know y'all want to hear nothing about the Mediterranean world. Okay. All right, we got that. Let's see. Antique politics. We know you had a few things with a couple of artifacts, right? But besides that, right, he ain't been too wild, right? I can tell you some of the things I feel like he was wild about. All right. He talked about how he, keep some Egyptologists back, won't let them do what they want to do. But for him, right? He feels like he's an Egyptian and he's keeping them foreigners back. So you got to put a feather in his cap for that. All right. Put some regulations on them things. All right. You ain't mad at him for doing that. I mean, some of y'all might be. All right. Then they got a list of his works. All right. I want to look at some of his works. No, he's kind of a polarizing figure for African Americans, at least for the segment of the community that study Egypt. All right. He got publications, main publications. All right. The Great Book of Ancient Egypt. I'm not going to read all this. These are all his publications. All right. Got about 20 publications. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, about 36, 37 publications. All right. It's a little homework for y'all. All right. Okay. Now, what are some of his claims? Let's come right here. All right. Source we're going to use. All right. We're going to use the Daily News. Okay. Claims that the ancient Egyptians were black. Untrue. Hawass says. All right. Now, this is where I have a problem with him at. Not with the black joint, right? Start to have a problem right here. Speaking to Daily News in Egypt, in an interview, Hawass noted that there is, however, evidence of the Cushites who ruled Egypt during the 25th dynasty. He noted that it is from this period that the belief of ancient Egypt's black Africans origins grew. So, National Geographic, they call the 25th dynasty the Black Pharaohs. Right? I disagree. Because if they the Black Pharaohs, then who the rest of the Pharaohs? All right? And you're using a pseudoscientific racial connotation. Makes no sense. It's pseudoscientific to say that. What are they really trying to say? Are they playing colorisms? Are they saying these are the darker Egyptians, or these are the Nubians that are playing Egypt? What are they saying by that? National Geographic is supposed to be a top-level magazine, and they should know better than play that game. Now watch this. If we look at the ancient Egyptians, there are two theories, with one theory being that their origin was either from Semites, descended from Shem, son of Noah, or Hamites, descended from Ham, son of Noah. It's with input from Palestine and from Africa based on faces of the people from the Delta and Upper Egypt, he explained. He explained that Shikant Diops is the one who really pushed the Afrocentric theory that the origin of the ancient Egyptians was black. Now, okay, we believe that the origin of ancient Egyptians was purely Egyptian-based. What the hell does that mean? But this is the statement I have a problem with. Let me finish reading it. This is my beef with him. It say, we believe that the origin of ancient Egyptians was purely Egyptian. Sound like he's running from something. Based on the discoveries made by the British Egyptologist Flinders Peachtree at Nakata. And this is why the ancient Egyptian civilization did not occur in Africa. What? Let me read this again. This is why the ancient Egyptian civilization did not occur in Africa. It occurred only here, Hawass said. Here where? It's not. Doesn't a person with a PhD supposed to know that if you're in Egypt, you're in Africa. This is my issue with him. Let me finish reading. Notably, the claim that the ancient Egyptians had black skin has become a cornerstone of Afrocentric historiography. Mainstream scholars hold that Kemet, a word frequently used for ancient Egypt, means the black land or the black place. It refers to the black soil that was washed down from the Central Africa by the annual river inundation. That ain't the only thing they washed down from Central Africa. Oh, man. Okay, so yes, my issue with Hawass is the fact that he doesn't even know that Egypt is in Africa. That's my issue with him. I do not have an issue with him saying that they're not black, right? I have another issue with him because he tithers back and forth about their skin complexion. We can clearly look on the walls and we'll see various skin complexions. All right. So that's my issue with this man, that he thinks Egyptians is just Egyptian. It sounds slick, but they're not in Africa. Yeah. That's my issue with him. Let's get a petition up for that. Somebody tell this man look up geography. Somebody tell this man get up with the modern scholarship, what they talking about, because he playing. But that's the only thing I can find fault with him for. But he definitely playing. Now, would that make him a racist? That would make him wild not to understand geography. Did he misspeak? No, but he often says the Egyptians are Egyptians. That's cool, dog. But they in Africa. And modern scholarship says that they're African. All right? So that's where I'm at with that. We're going to move right on. All right? Right on. Let's get here for a minute. Let me stop the screen for a minute, man. Let me interact with y'all for a second, man. I don't get y'all stuck out there, man. 200,000 in the building, man. All right. Academic racism. He's a fool is what he is. He wilded out for that. That was just wild how he did that. Wow. Yeah, Pan-African. I got you, Pan-African James. You make a lot of wild statements. You're going down tonight, bro. It ain't about you, though. Let me take your name out of that. It's not about you, man. Yeah, that's an issue. Thinking that they ain't African. That's an issue. That's the issue because he's not following scientific data. And then we ask yourself, well, whatever, why is he allowing his politics to get involved with the scientific data, though? See? You can't do that. A lot of times we allow our politics to get involved with the scientific data. All right. So the scientific data says that race is a social pseudoscientific concept, and we're going to get right into that. Right. And y'all know I'm going to open up the lines where I'm at. I'm at about 36 minutes. Give me 10 more. I should have finished, and then we're going to open up for a healthy conversation. All right. Okay. So now we did that. All right. Okay. A few things I want to address today is African and non-African. Okay. That's important because that's the cusp of the conversation, right? This is an article y'all all should always read, right? That it's entitled, it's a good one. I don't know why you don't read it. Okay. The Ancient Egyptian Race Controversy. All right. It's right here. Okay. So let me share the screen again. All right. So we like working with Wikipedia. Then we're going to dive into the big boys. Right. All right. But let's just, hold on. Okay. So this is one, y'all should just read the whole thing, man. Right. So I just want to come right here. All right. I don't want to get into how they got there. Let me see a variety of views. I don't want to read none of that. Let's just do this. Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. So this is the mainstream. So if you're on either side of that, you're outside of the mainstream. If you're talking about supporting the experts, right, and modern scholarship, and you saying something different you're pseudo. Yeah, you just all the way out there somewhere on the fringes somewhere. So I just wanna I wanna show y'all why I say what I say and how I do what I do. Since I'm not an expert, I'm not in the field doing the digging. Never said I was. Never said I was a scientist. I definitely have a scientific mind, and I definitely practice scientific literacy. I'm a science promoter. And I'm black and I'm proud. And I would never tell another person to say they was black and they proud, because that's my political stance. It's not my biological stance. When I'm talking evolution, I'm talking evolution. When I'm talking about biological organisms, right, I'm talking about evolution. When I'm talking about race that's been discarded and discredited and brought harm to humanity, I'm going to stick to the science. Okay, so mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. So how y'all get past that? What work have y'all brought forward, right, that has been tested by your peers in said subjects that would allow you to say they was either white or black? We just want to know. All right? Now watch this. They maintain that applying modern connotations, modern notions of black or white races to the ancient Egyptians is anachronistic. Okay, anachronism is a chronological inconsistency in some arrangement. What's the arrangement? Trying to put a modern social construct back in ancient times. Yeah, that's what y'all doing. Don't hate me, hate the game, right? I'm going to just keep throwing that fastball with a little variation to it. Go ahead and knock it out the park if you can. I don't think you can catch up to it. You don't say something, you're going to be halfway crooking. Watch this, though. Hold on. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of black or white Egyptian hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the peoples of Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. You can hear Hawass say that. And Nubia. All right. This is the part y'all don't want to hear. Y'all don't want to hear this part. Who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt? That's the truth. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, y'all don't want to hear this, the demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. Slavery, genocides, and the political outrage. Clans and clusters versus race. Attest ancient Egypt in the case of a death on the Nile. American Journal of Physical Anthropology. Y'all don't want to hear this. Let me say this again. This point, just throw Wikipedia away. Just throw science away and say, I'm making a political stance that the Egyptians is black, because that's what it is. Because we need this. We need this piece right here to fit my politics. I'm like, all right. But I doubt very seriously that somebody can do some deep-rooted research that will get past this one little tiny statement within Egyptian history. Despite multiple foreign invasions, we know it. We know the Persians, we know the Greeks, we know the Muslims, we know the Christians. The demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. you know, like that large migration that came to the Americas. And that migration was so wild that it wiped out 80 to 90% of the indigenous population. It damn near replaced the whole population. That's what y'all acting like. That's exactly, hold on, let me see. What's the word I want to use? The Columbian, hold on. Let me show y'all something. Hold on. Exchange. All right. Come on now. Let me show y'all something. Somebody gotta make it. Make your damn mind up. We gotta make our mind up, man. Look. Here. What is it? I sit back and watch everybody play. I just want to do it real easy. This is the Columbian exchange named after Christopher Columbus. All right. They was exchanging what? Native plants and, you know what I'm saying? Plants, food, disease. It was named after Italian explorer Christopher Columbus. Okay, Europe. Okay, colonization and global trade, 1442 voyage. Okay, right here, look. Some of the exchanges were purposefully, some were accidental or unintended. Purposefully, my fault. Now, communicable diseases of old world origin resulted in, look, an 80 to 95% reduction in the number of indigenous people of the Americas from 15th century onward, most severely in the Caribbean. Look, man, this is what y'all sound like with Egypt. Y'all be saying this about Egypt. When I hear people talk, and I ain't gonna call no names out, right? I'm gonna let y'all live on that. But just beware, yo. I'm armed and dangerous with the sources. Just beware. I've already done my homework. So dive out the window. But I don't think you can get past Wikipedia. I haven't seen it yet. So what I'm showing you here is that communicable diseases of the old world origin result in 80 to 95% reduction in the number of indigenous people in the Americas. And that's basically what it sounds like y'all saying happened in Egypt. Did that happen? We know it was migrations back and forth, in and out. But did the population, right, get displaced? And if it did, then it's going to be recorded. Ain't nobody hiding that. I don't want to hear the excuse. I don't want to hear the flim flam, bam, bam, boom. Just get right to it so we can have an intelligent, high-level conversation. Because I done heard y'all say that too much now. I done heard this shit for 15 years. Now I'm tired of it. Now lately, I'm tired of hearing that. Somebody need to get this straight. Y'all got computers. Get the daggone thing straight. Okay, so we out of that game. We out of that one, right? The question has been asked. Are you saying that the population got displaced by all these invasions? What are you saying? Because the Wikipedia article ain't saying that. And the sources that come with it ain't saying that because I read them. So what are y'all saying? Is it something that you got from the elders, like I had gotten from the elders, and just took them at their word? They was in response to people saying Egyptians was white and non-African, ladies and gentlemen. That was the response. So I can respect that. What I can't respect these days is people sitting in 2023 with handheld computers, right? The work Amaral squad, pseudo killers, right, has been putting in. Now we know damn well what a source is. How to distinguish between a good source, bad sources. How to recognize our confirmation bias. You know, like Everything that supports you, you're going with it. Been around long enough now for y'all to be able to say, okay, you know what? Whatever the damn answer is, that's what the answer is. Because you grow from having the right information. And you stuck in the muck and mire when you don't. Okay. Read that statement again. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. Shifted a little bit, but not substantially, not to the point that y'all howling and screaming and fighting and going to war. Nah. Nigga, you might not want to hear this. You might say he tripping. I might have broke your little dream. The last time I checked, based off the literature, right? We African, right? Based off the literature, we Black Americans. A little bit different from continental Africans. We ain't even got to talk about the differences. Y'all can figure that out for yourself. If you think we the same, right? Specifically cultural, right? Genetically, however you think in your mind, y'all can look that up. We don't got to get into all that. If you think we the same, right? I'm going to say you tripping. Right? When I say the same, I mean our culture is different. We have formulated a culture based off of the ecosystem and based off our environment. And last time I checked, human beings are part of the ecosystem. So we had types of people, humans that we had to deal with, that we interacted with in North America that helped change the dynamic of our population, right? There was also things that wasn't carried forward based off of our position on the damn food chain. A lot of barriers you had to go through. You had to go through the language barrier, right? You had to go through the education piece barrier. You had to go through the slave trade barrier. You had to go through the quote unquote sharecropping barrier. You had to go through the black codes barrier, Jim Crow barrier, civil rights movement. All that was what you had to go through to get you where you at right now. You're definitely different. Now, you might have like experiences, okay? Because they too went through colonization. Not taking nothing away from nobody, right? That ain't what we doing. We're simply making points clear. Sharecropping. Yeah. All right, so we see where we at right now. We got clear on where my problem is with Hawass because he's not adhering to the science. He seems to think that Egypt is floating somewhere. I don't know why. Maybe he's just tripping, but yeah, that's where I'm at with that. I don't have a problem with that education, right? I don't have a problem with none of that. I have a problem with him afraid to say, yeah, they damn Africans. Got a problem with that because you in Africa. You ain't in America, he in Africa. He was born in Africa. What he really want to say is, if you talking to me that, yeah, I don't like the, yeah, see, he don't like the Egyptians' range of skin color. And he even said himself, I played videos when he said he was dark skinned in Upper Egypt and lighter in quote unquote Lower Egypt. Said it out of his mouth. Right. Okay. So now where we at? All right. So if we go back to the article, not the invading race theory, but the race controversy, right? Go back to that. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. I want to get right here. Let's go to modern scholarship. All right. Let me read none of that. Position of modern scholarship. Okay, modern scholars who have studied ancient Egypt culture and population history have responded to the controversy over the race of the ancient Egyptians in various ways, right? This is the one I'm talking about, the scientific conference at UNESCO, okay? All right, so this is why I have a problem with Hawass. He's riding past the science. So it goes on to say, at UNESCO symposium, the people of ancient Egypt and the deciphering of the Reddish script in Cairo, 1974, the Black hypothesis and the notion of homogeneous population in Egypt was proposed by Shikant Diop, homogeneous. It's in this chapter, Origin of the Ancient Egyptian, numerous objections were made to the ideas propounded by Professor Diop. These objections revealed the extent of a disagreement which remained profound even though it was not voiced explicitly. It said the disagreement was largely due to methodological issues. For example, the insufficient data to enable provisional conclusions to be drawn with regard to the people of ancient Egypt and successive phases through which it may have passed. We come here. The arguments for all sides are recorded in UNESCO publication, The General History of Africa. Y'all should have that. All right. We, like every 2 years, 3 years, it should pop up again. I think it popped back because, Hawass is making his daggone tour. And since y'all weren't willing to spend enough money, we could have did a GoFundMe, and got some of the prominent people. We had talked about doing it one time, but that never manifested because we was bluffing. Yeah, it was $57 a piece. Would have got somebody, 10 people, 15, 20, 25 people, would put $57 or $50, we just got right up in there, man. This is one of the works right here. Where is it? Hold on. I want to show y'all that I got the daggone work. Hold on. Oh, man. Anyway, I got him. Dive out the window if you want to, act like I don't got him. I keep it on me. How about that? Anyway, so where we at? All right. Contribute. Okay. Pronounce that right. Rapporteur. Okay, the arguments for all sides recorded in General History of Africa, with the origin of the Egyptian chapter being written by Diop's on the Black hypothesis. Diop's chapter was credited in the general conclusion of the symposium report by the International Scientific Committee rapporteur, Professor Jean Devisi. It says, as painstakingly researched contribution, consequently, there was a real lack of balance in the discussion amongst participants. He's talking about Theophile Banger and them. He said at 1974 UNESCO conference, several participants other than Diop and Obanga concluded that the Neolithic Egyptian population was indigenous to the Sahara and was made up of people from north and south of the Sahara who had a range of skin colors. The majority of participants in the conference disagreed with Diop's and Obanga's views. Similarly, none of the participants voiced support for the early postulation that the Egyptian was white with a dark, even black pigmentation, although Professor Ghalib stated that the inhabitants of Egypt in Paleolithic times were Caucasians. Goes on to say subsequent reviewers of the 1977 symposium debate and UNESCO publication have presented a range of views on the outcome of the debate. There, y'all can come in and read the rest of that. I don't want to do all that. All right. Let me see. It said, let's come right here. It said he wrestled. However, Bethwell Allen Olgott, a keen historian and editor of UNESCO General History, Volume 5, stated that Diop's rustled Egyptian civilization from the Egyptologists and restored it to mainstream of African history. Oh man. Yeah. So actually put it back in Africa. I don't know why they had that same thing that Hawass is saying, that they just not in Africa. Like, how you do that? That's wild. Okay. It says since the late 20th century, as the science of human population genetics has advanced, most biological anthropologists have come to reject the notion of race as having any validity in the study of human biology. There you go. That's where I'm at. I don't gotta go no farther. Okay. Read this last piece right here. I'm gonna come right here. Let's see. They would have considered this argument absurd. Hold on. Frank Yurko outlined in 1889 article that in short, the ancient Egypt, like modern Egypt, consists of a very heterogeneous population. He also wrote in 1990, when you talk about Egypt, it's just not right to talk about black or white. It says to take the terminology here in the United States and draft it onto Africa is anthropologically inaccurate. All right, so all y'all doing it is anthropologically inaccurate. That's why I can't take the stance with y'all. Not because I don't consider myself to be black, not because I don't like black people, not because I'm letting my people down, because I'm dealing with anthropology. So when we study our history, we study our history through anthropology. We have found this to be the best method so that the pseudos can't run wild. Like mess it up with genetics or mess it up with skin color, all the things y'all see them doing. Yeah, they do it. Yuko added that we are applying a racial divisiveness to Egypt that they would never have accepted. So how y'all, and y'all know I got the information, man. Egyptians never even seen, they never put themselves in that category that everybody's fighting over right now. So how is it that people that's claiming to be scholars, how y'all doing it? I mean, if we study the ancient African population, man, you got to look at it through their damn eyes, not through your eyes. Now, your eyes have been through slavery, Jim Crow, then seeing Martin Luther King get his head blown off, then seeing people getting hanged with no recourse, seeing people fighting to get the bread, they can't get it. Yeah, that's your eyes. Don't take your eyes and your shared experience and put it on the Nile Valley Egyptians. If you do that, you're going to mess it up, because that's exactly what you're doing. They ain't known none of that. They wasn't subjected like that. That ain't what happened to them. Let me finish. Apply racial divisiveness to the Egyptians that they would never have accepted. So why y'all keep saying it? They would have considered this argument absurd. So now we done argued for the last 2 to 3 years on some absurdity that the Nile Valley Africans wouldn't even understand. They're like, what the hell is y'all talking about? And that is something we could really learn from, ladies and gentlemen. Nefertiti Black, bitter debate erupts. Michael Spector. Yurko wrote in 1996 that the peoples of Egypt, Sudan, and much of Northeast Africa, and I put emphasis on Northeast Africa, are generally regarded as Nilotic community with wide-ranging physical features, complexions like the dark, various hair, and craniofacial types. Gaymar Model, editor of UNESCO General History, wrote in 1990 that it is more than probable that the African strand, black or light, is predominant in ancient Egypt, but in the present state of our knowledge, it is impossible to say more. So why y'all saying more? Anyway, let me stop right there. All right. And y'all can keep read all the arguments to kind of get you there. Read all his work. I ain't gonna read that. Academic views and biases on the studies, Christopher Eric. Let's see. Various scholars have highlighted the role of colonial racism in shaping attitudes of early Egyptologists. That's right. And criticize the continued overrepresentation of North American and European perspectives in the field. Yep, Diop's, in his work, The African Older Civilization, argued that the prevailing views in Egyptology were driven by biased scholarship and colonial attitudes. It sure was. Similarly, Bruce Trigger wrote that early modern scholarship on the Nile Valley population had been marred by a confusion of race, language, and culture, and by accompanying racism. It sure was. Christopher Eric wrote in 1996, ancient Egyptian civilization was, in ways and to an extent, usually not recognized fundamentally African. Right. It wasn't. I kept saying that. I kept saying the real fight was to get it back in damn Africa. The evidence of both language and culture reveals these African roots. All right. He was saying this in 1996. The origins of Egyptian ethnicity lay in the areas south of Egypt. Say it all the time. It's right here for you. All right. In 2023, so y'all think this article ain't been upgraded. It actually has. In 2023, Eric recounted that the previous 2 centuries of Western scholarship have presented Egypt as an offshoot of early Middle Eastern developers. So if anybody's saying that, they're going against the modern scholarship. He continued to argue that these old ideas, because they old ideas, had influenced the attitudes of scholars in other disciplines such as genetics. Yep. And do anybody be trying to do that? And their approaches, even when existing archaeological, linguistics, and biological anthropological evidence had determined the founding locals of ancient Egypt to be descendants of a long-time population of northeast Africa, which included Nubia and the northern Horn of Africa. And I'm gonna stop right there. That's been my damn argument for the last 3 years. Is it 2023? Is it me? Yeah, right. So see, I'm safe in the tank. I ain't jumping out the tank. I'm right here. It's been my argument. I just want y'all to know that my argument is coming from this damn Wikipedia article, right? It's 2023 argument. All right. So let's move right here. Scientific racism, right? I think I've been rocking for a while. I think I want to open it up a little bit. Let me open up a little bit. All right. Yeah, Frank, right. You right. I can't read, Frank. Yeah, I hear you, Frank. Read good enough, though. Shout out to Frank. He chatty in the patty. I ain't never gonna lose. Yeah, Wikipedia. Absolutely. Y'all can't get past Wikipedia. Haters. Y'all should do some homework to get past Wikipedia, though, right? Y'all can't, though. All right, now let's get right into Charles Darwin. Okay. All right. Everybody mischaracterized it. Why they always mischaracterize Charles Darwin? Why they do it? So let me let y'all know something, man. You'll have people will write this about Charles Darwin, and they'll write that about Charles Darwin. And a lot of times, it'd be a lot of religious haters writing stuff about Charles. It'd be their religion and their politics to get involved. It'd be they misunderstanding evolution, because if we understand evolution, then we understand what Charles Darwin's stance was. So we'll use his work to verify what his stance was. Let the man's work speak for itself. Don't worry about what another person is writing about him. What is his work saying? See, that's how you settle the Charles Darwin argument. See, because if he understood evolution, then he understand that all humans are the same. See? And the only way he understood all humans was the same because he studied biological organisms around the globe. He circumnavigated the globe and he understood variations. His own work says it. Forget what people are saying. His own work says it. So we get right to it. Let's get right to it. And then we'll get into the African and the non-African. All right. And while y'all try to act like it's a whole different population, that ain't Wikipedia. That ain't what Wikipedia say. That ain't what modern scholarship says. That's what y'all saying. Y'all saying that. I ain't listening to y'all. Matter of fact, I've never listened to y'all. You know why? Take your ass to school. Go write some papers. Go get some published work. Get critiqued by your peers. Then come holler at me first. What's going on, brother? What's up with you? What's on your mind? Talk to me.
How you doing, brother Ankh?
In the game, laughing at the haters, having fun. Nah, I ain't saying it. For the record, I'm not saying anything. I'm simply reading the literature, bro. If you can take it, you can take it. If you can't, you can't. What's on your mind, though, bro?
Yeah, it's just it's a very interesting topic that you have tonight. And hopefully some more people will get in to talk about this. I think it's very important. I'm not a Egyptian scholar by any means or history buff or anything like that, but I do have a certain interest in the history around Egypt. It's basically because I think that it's one of the founding civilizations for where we find ourselves today in terms of not just history, but also science, mathematics, all the things that are foundational for civilization. And I do believe that it was founded by what we term as, I want to get away from race and just call it maybe skin color. I think that's what I want to call it, because I do believe that people of ancient Egypt were Black people like us. I think there was a majority of the founding civilization from Egypt. Okay. And the reason I believe that is very simplistically, because again, I'm not an Egyptologist, and you've read from some articles from Egyptologists. The reason I believe that is because just looking at the artifacts, the monuments, they do look like us. They don't look like people who I would call mulattoes or anything like that. They look like African Americans. Okay. And so I can understand Zahi Hawass's point of view. He being the predominant group of people controlling Egypt today. Obviously, maybe if we were in their shoes, we would be saying the same thing he says, that hey, there was a short period of time, and there was a period of time when the ruling classes in Egypt were Nubian, they were Black, so we'll give you that. But the brunt of our history were people that were Egyptian. Now Egypt is in Africa, and I believe that the predominance of people in Africa were highly melanated people. So that's why I talk about color as opposed to race. Race is a social construct, as you mentioned, but you can't deny melanin. That's not a social construct. Our nose
biological. It's a biological.
Yeah, it's biological. It's not. It has nothing to do with somebody's opinion or anything. The shapes of our noses, our lips, those types of things are real. They're not invented. So that's my stance on the whole thing. I think that
they was all dark skinned.
Well, yeah, that they were highly melanated. that they were highly melanated. Is my perspective.
Highly melanated. What do you mean by that? What do you mean highly melanated?
Well, look like me and you. They had melanation, and that melanin could be
my
deep dark,
right?
Yeah, it could be deep, but it could be deeper dark as well. Because I mean, think about it. In Egypt, in Egypt, let's say on the hottest of days, it's probably maybe 45 degrees Celsius. 113, 114, 115 degrees. Nature tells us that people with dark skin, highly melanated skin, are the ones that will survive in those types of temperatures. So it would make logical sense that they would be dark skinned to survive those types of environment, that type of environment, as opposed to people with lighter skin. And also, I believe that there's some writings, again, not being a historical person around Egypt, but there's some writings by the Greeks that said that the Egyptians were black. Obviously the Egyptians called themselves Kemet, called their land Kemet, the land of black. I don't think they did that because of the soil being black. I mean, if you go to Europe, people who live in Europe, let's say near the Alps, they don't call themselves white because of the snow. They call themselves white because of their skin type.
Okay.
And I think the Egyptians did the same thing. It only makes sense to me.
All right. Well, hey, that's your opinion. I think just based off what I know about UVA rays and African people, they range in skin color. So just that's problematic to say they was just dark skinned. I mean, that's wild. You know what I'm saying? Because Egypt is actually located in Northeast Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's farther away from the equator. It's hot. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
So it doesn't be hot, but it's not on the equator. So it rains. So when you're down in Sudan, right, you're gonna have darker people, the Blue Nile and the White Nile, right? Southern, you know what I'm saying? The southern portion, like Upper Egypt, the people are gonna be darker than the people in northern Egypt, right? So it's going to rain, and then you got that river is actual conduit, people's traversing back. So you're just going to have, I would say they would range in skin color. I wouldn't just say they was dark. You know what I'm saying? Or they just they're not out. Let's get this straight. No outside light skinned people came in and made Egypt. So let's get that off the table. We're just talking just within Africa. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to play the I think you might be doing this though. I think you're doing this. Let me see. Let me show you what I think you're doing.
Okay.
Let me show the screen here. Let me see if I can get this right. I think you might be doing this. All right. This the article right here. Scientific racism. See, this is the scientific racism article right here. All right. And the scientific racism, let's deal with color terminology. Identifying human races in terms of skin color, at least as one amongst several physiological characteristics, has been common since antiquity. Such divisions appear in rabbinical literature and in early modern scholarship, usually dividing humankind into 4 to 5 categories with color-based labels: red, yellow, black, white, and sometimes brown. All right. It was long recognized that the number of categories arbitrary and subjective, and different ethnic groups were placed in different categories at different points in time. Francis Bernard in 1684 doubted the validity of using skin color as a racial characteristics. Now watch this. Charles Darwin emphasized the gradual differences between categories. Today, there is a broad agreement among scientists that typological conceptions of race have no scientific basis. So I think you overemphasizing color. I absolutely know they seen color. They saw it. They recognized it. But when they seen different skin color, they didn't see what we see. I'm gonna say this again. When they looked at skin color, they didn't see what we see when we see skin color. Two different experiences, two different balls of wax. And we should never, remember that anachronism, we should never place that on a society because they would think that would be ridiculous. I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I agree that most likely that the ancient Kemetic people would not have talked about themselves and maybe even the rest of the world in terms of skin color.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably, but unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves today, in terms of trying to distinguish who they were. We don't have the luxury of not talking about skin color, and I won't use the word race because again I agree with you that it's not a scientific way to talk about things, but now we have to talk about it in terms of skin color. I think in terms of what I call the melanated people, and the highly melanated people are those of us who are of African descent.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that it's a problem.
No, me neither. Me neither.
I don't think it's a problem to talk about that. And I think
that's real. I don't think that's a problem. But this the only problem I got.
Okay.
What skin color are African Americans? Just the question is
color?
gonna get you. Yeah, it's gonna get you. It's gonna definitely get you. I'm gonna let you know for your answer. It's gonna get you.
Yeah, African Americans, clearly we range in skin color from extremely dark to but we're talking about African Americans, but the topic today is talking about Egypt, right?
Yeah, but they live in an area of confluence.
Yeah,
they live again. The river now is 4,100 miles long.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes through two zones. You know this, right?
Yeah.
It goes through two zones of different amounts of UVA and UV rays.
Mm-hmm.
That's real. So I'm saying that the Egyptians would have ranged in skin color like the African Americans.
Yeah,
you saying
what
that,
you're saying
remember what you saying they lost that argument lost. That the Egyptians was all dark skinned at the scientific conference, it got defeated. That they was all dark skinned. I'm just letting you know that that's I can't knock. That's your opinion, but I'm saying science doesn't agree with you on that. They agree with me that they range in skin color like African Americans. Not only skin color, but hair and phenotype. That's what they're saying. And we ain't talking about some outside Palestinians. We ain't talking about that.
Right. But
we ain't talking about that.
But again, if you think about let's start with African Americans. Our history here, when we came here, we were probably 99.9999999% dark when we came here. And over the course of miscegenation, rape, those types of things, that's how our skin tone began to change. If you look at the old pictures of Black people when they came, of Africans when they came here, they looked African. They were Africans. They looked African.
That's not tight. That's not entirely accurate.
Where your camera, bro?
Well,
you ain't even speak yet. Where your camera? You ain't even say hi, brother Rob.
My fault. I'm out here in my garage. That's the only reason.
No problem.
Hey,
no problem.
That's my Camaro right there. That's the one I be bragging on.
You working on that?
Yeah, it's a 67 Camaro, and I'm in the process of trying
mechanical
to restore it. Yeah.
Excellent.
So that's my baby, man. That's the only reason I got my camera off.
Yeah, no problem. Okay? We don't care. It's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, the people of Angola, they are more fair skinned than the people of Ghana and Senegambia, Senegal. Sure. Yeah, so that's not
the same reasons that we are.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that point was clear.
I understand, but it's probably, I'm saying probably, again, because I'm not the expert. people in Angola have the same kind of skin delineation that we have because of, say, for the same reasons. That being colonized means that when
No,
they came
this
over,
is prior to colonization. It's prior to.
well, yeah, I'm not so sure of that, but that's something that I'd have to research myself. But in any case, getting back to African Americans, I think you both would have to agree that when our ancestors first came here, that they were dark. They were African, from West Africa for the most part, but they were from different parts of Africa. And then through the savagery of slavery and how our women were raped and pillaged, and our skin tone began to change. We look more like Africans, 400 years ago than we do now. And Ank's point about the culture and things like that is very valid, because now our culture is an American culture as opposed to indigenous African cultures. So I can understand how that happened over time, but I don't think that was the case in ancient Egypt. I don't think that was the predominant case in ancient Egypt. Yeah, people maybe come in and migrated into Egypt or into Kemet, but it wasn't, that type of mixing wasn't like it was. It wasn't forced. It wasn't something that was put upon them by any colonial force. Now, when the invaders came in, like the Greeks and the Romans, I'm sure more of that started happening, and maybe even the Hyksos. But that wasn't the predominance during the ancient times of Egypt, when most of the pharaonic and most of the culture was being developed, most of the scientific developments were happening. I think those people, again, look like us, and I think that we have to claim that. We do have to claim that. I think that people talk about, well, they weren't African or this or that. They're being disingenuous. Africa is a continent. Africa is a huge continent, but I think we have to proudly say that they were Black people. They were highly melanated Black people.
You mean dark? You just talking about the skin color, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about being dark. I mean, that's.
So you actually really think that human beings just, all right? Let me show you this real quick.
Yeah.
Let me show you how it is a misconception. Your misconception is leading you in the wrong direction. Maybe. It's not true. Maybe. Listen, this ain't, look, here you go. That's why people don't want us to use this, because it's going to give you the basic range of skin color. And you see in Africa had varying skin colors. Well, this is before mixing with any white people. Mm-hmm. This has nothing to do with mixing with white people. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, they did not want to include the population's mixing. So this is a general color of human population right here. So you got Australia, they range in skin color, right? Mm-hmm. You got look right here, down in Sudan, Ethiopia, right? They range in skin color, right? You hit that equator though, you know what I'm saying? Which is a line, right? This is where the sun is the hottest, right, in the area. But up in Northeast Africa, look, they brown, they range, right? So I'm saying the daggone, it goes through different zones where our skin color it's based off of UVA rays. It's not based off when we wanted to be or how we feel. So in the African range and diverse in skin color, there's no getting around that. So the experts say it, right? You're saying something that just can't be supported. So I think I would just ask you, look, here you go. It's a artist rendering of the map created by Nina Jabrowski and George Taplin, showing predicted skin colors of human natives. Look, of various regions based on levels of ultraviolet radiation from the sun in each region. That's it.
I think that's a good rendition, artist rendition. I don't think that really portrays.
All right, well,
because
why are you saying that? I'm just we logical people. Yeah, now I know you listen to Reggie. Reggie slap out his mind. That's why now you see why I fought Reggie so hard, because he just was wrong. I mean, he was so wrong and ignorant on the conversation that it caused us just to say the man is pseudo. So I'm telling you, right, that's a scientific map right there. Now,
I understand what you're saying.
Listen, either you See, science will make you walk in contradiction. So I'm gonna ask you, do you agree with evolution? Now I got a question where you at. Do you agree with evolution?
Yeah, the answer is yes, but before we go to
No. Go ahead.
The answer is yes, but before we go there, back to your map. Again, as you read, as an artist's rendition, that could have easily have been from an artist's perspective.
I could bring the scientific map up. Come on, man. I just gave you the bait. Okay, I'm gonna go to the scientific map.
But let me finish before you can go ahead and look it up. Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, finish. Go ahead.
So it could have easily have been all those areas that are shaded dark could have been easily painted black.
What?
All the way up. It could have easily been because it's just a rendition, right?
You playing?
No, I'm not. It's just a rendition.
Yeah, you playing? You having fun now?
It's not like
no. The map is based.
It's a rendition.
It's based on data that they collected over, a millennia.
I understand, Rob, brother Rob. But couldn't you have also? If you were the guy making the map, couldn't you have also painted it black?
So now you thinking they just lying?
No, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm saying that it's a rendition.
The map is composed.
Oh my God!
It's a data-driven map.
Yeah, that was wild.
Data-driven by what? Data-driven by what?
By wild white people. White people just making it up.
I'm just saying that it's a rendition.
Wild white people. No, wild white.
It's a rendition.
No, it's not. Wild white people.
You read it.
The rendition.
No.
Again,
you know what a rendition is, right?
You didn't say it was a rendition.
You're making the right assertion that it is a rendition,
right?
But where it goes off the rails is the rendition is based on data that they've collected over a millennia. Do you see what I mean? Like that?
I understand,
but it's irrefutable. That's the problem.
No, I guess what I'm saying is,
it's part of their theory. Hold on, yo. Just for the record, it's part of their theory of skin, bro. Just for the record.
I understand that.
No. Listen, it's part of their theory on skin. Sir, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like we got a bump in the road right now.
Well, I don't think we do.
I think we do. So I'm gonna ask you now. I need you to answer my question. Do you accept that human beings and chimpanzees share common ancestry? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
So then, if you understand that, then there's no way you think that all human beings is the same color, yo. That don't even make no sense.
I never said they were the same color.
Yeah, you saying it. You said they all dark skinned.
I'm saying that we're talking about Egypt. We're jumping. I think we're jumping around a little bit.
We talking about humans.
I understand
that. Were real live people. They wasn't plastic people, and they migrated back and forth. They migratory. Yeah, so I'm just saying. I
already made the assertion that.
No, I don't get how Reggie's sitting up there.
Mm-hmm.
He light as a damn apple, some damn where, right? He could have been a damn Egyptian. You brown, you could have been Egyptian. I don't understand why you think Egyptians was one color. That's why. Give me a scientific article that says that. Nope. Diops didn't even say that. Now I'm gonna get Diops on you. Shikati Diops is not saying what you said. Now,
well, I believe that. I believe that Dr. Diops said this.
No, he didn't.
I believe that he said, let me finish. You're not giving me a chance. Why are you cutting me off? I mean, I'm not trying to trigger anybody or trigger anything.
Yeah, you do.
What I'm saying is that Diop, Dr. Diop.
What book? I got his book. I'm listening. Okay, I'm gonna read what he said. Go ahead. I got his book.
I believe that he actually wanted to do a lot of scientific tests on the melanocytes.
That was pseudoscientific. That was pseudoscientific.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying
now we realize. No, he didn't know that. I'm not calling Diop pseudoscientific because he was not. But I'm letting you know that test right there does not prove anything. Back then, they was thinking because he was the first one with it. But I'm letting you know right now that would not be a valid test to do anything.
So the higher density of melanocytes doesn't prove that you're dark.
Go find a scientific article on that because you just discredited the scientific article I brought you.
I'm not discrediting it. I'm not discrediting anything.
You're doing it with a nice voice. I'm saying
I'm not discrediting it, but
you are.
So let me ask you, brother.
Hey, Ronald.
Yes.
Listen. For us to have a non-cutting off conversation at a certain point, yo, you just can't run with your ideas after I done showed you sources You gotta help me out. You can't render my source non-scientific because you're saying it. That's not a fair conversation for me and you. You're highly intelligent. So if it's just your idea and your belief, then say it and I can rock with you. But I cannot allow you to overthrow a theory. One, we're just talking. I can't let you say Diop said something he did not say because he did not say it. Matter of fact, Diop's talked about an Indo-European stock being in pre-dynastic Egypt. Would you think about that? Did everybody forget about that? Because he sure enough said it. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to stick to the point that we were discussing earlier. You showed a map. I'm not discrediting the map. I'm just discrediting. I question the fact that it's the coloration of the map is something that maybe you or I or somebody else of the higher melanated would have shown. We may have shown it to be more dark than some other scientists.
I know what you're really saying. Just say it. Say that the scientists lied. I'd rather you say that. I can take that.
I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying that.
No, man, you just said that. Now you're taking me crazy. You did just say that.
I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm saying it's an artist's rendition.
You said if it was a black person, they'd have made it blacker.
But they may have.
No, right? Why would you say? What's the purpose of saying that?
Because it's a rendition. I mean, people do things.
No, I gave you the rendition.
It's a rendition. You read
and
it.
They made it darker, right? But if you're gonna say the same rendition. Okay, bro. So you're gonna keep playing. You're gonna play.
Remember, I told you. Hold on. Remember, I told you. I said that the rendition. You are correct. It is a rendition, but the rendition is based on data that has been collected for a millennia.
And
that's the key.
I know, but I'm not disagreeing with that.
Wait a minute. Even if we are talking about a black scientist that's doing it, he would be discredited if he made the map more darker than what it's supposed to be according to the data. It has to be data driven when we talking scientific.
You're absolutely right. And I'm just saying that data is like the data is not going to be, it's not going to say, the data is not going to say, hey, it's this dark versus that dark. The data is probably going to be based off of.
Did you really scrutinize the map? Did you really?
Well, no. He only flashed it. He only flashed it for.
No, I'm gonna go get the scientific map. I'm gonna go get the scientific.
Seriously, he only flashed it for a few seconds.
Nah, I'm gonna go get the scan. I'm gonna go get the real one for you.
I'm not trying to be obtuse here. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, and I'll just say, just to add on, right? Remember, I had mentioned Angola. Yeah. If you look at the map, you'll see the area of Angola, Central Africa, where for a period of time, the transatlantic slave trade was concentrated. You'll see that in the portion of the map, it is lighter in that area. You know what I'm saying? To go along with my argument. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's some powerful history that now we can bring up, Queen Nzinga and her liberation struggle with. Those are the types of stories we should be talking about, as opposed to, who was
I cannot believe that we worrying about light skin does not equate with being mixed with white people, neither. Jesus Christ. Like we scared of some light, like it's wild colorism.
Of course it doesn't. I mean,
this is wild.
Obviously, the further you go away from the equator, the lighter your skin's going to be.
No, you don't believe that.
You mind if the reason why I came up?
You
mind if I kind of change gears?
Of course I believe it,
bro.
You don't believe that? You can't, because Egypt ain't located on the equator. It's located in Northeast Africa, near the Mediterranean. It borders the Mediterranean.
I understand, but what we're talking about.
Understand what? It snow on the Mediterranean. It snows, bro. Alexandria, it sleets.
So thousands and thousands of years ago, do you believe that
what's the difference?
Egypt was hotter than it is now?
No,
it wasn't.
Still hot. No, it's still hot.
It wasn't hotter.
Like according to the map, right? Those that are closer to the equator are darker, and those are further away are lighter.
Right.
That's the data, man.
I'm not disagreeing with the data, but I'm trying to look at everything objectively and say that no, seriously. I mean, you guys are laughing because I don't.
I'm not laughing.
Well, I know. I appreciate it.
I'm not
appreciate
laughing.
it.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, because
what I wanted to talk about was more.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
Because I'm looking at I look at everything. I look at.
You gotta stop listening to Reggie, yo. He's gonna have you sound like you sounding right now, yo. Reggie, I told you just what happened, didn't I?
I mean,
I told you.
I don't think it's.
Yeah, I think it is, bro. Because you actually think that's not a scientific map, which is part of scientific theory, and then you think you can brush that away.
I didn't
because
say it.
you did. You made it seem like that human beings come in one color because they're in Egypt. You're saying it. You're saying that. You're saying it.
Even science said that human beings came in one color in the beginning. Even science says that.
Oh my God.
They didn't?
I quit.
That's
crazy, yo.
You got to be. You have to be a little bit more. I think a little bit less.
No, I don't. You have to be more
open-minded about things.
No, I don't.
All right.
No.
So brother, that's a better way to explain it, right?
So you guys.
No, I don't. You sound crazy.
Wait a minute.
That sounds crazy.
Why does that sound crazy?
It
makes no sense, yo.
Of course. And you can ask me a question, and I won't denigrate you as you ask the question.
No doubt.
Go ahead and ask the question.
My super quick question.
Somebody denigrate you.
You said you believe in evolution, right?
Of course.
You don't.
I do.
You don't.
So
how can you say that?
I can say
what I'm telling you that I do.
And I'm telling you that you don't understand. That's what I'm telling you. Now, if you think I'm denigrating you, hold on, bro. If you think I'm denigrating you, then I'm denigrating you. I'm saying your mouth is
sarcastic. You're being sarcastic.
Right. Your mouth is saying you understand it, but the way you explain it clearly says you don't. Because evolution is based off of variation. So I got 5 kids, dog, and they all different complexions, yo. Based off what you saying, they're gonna be all the same complexion because they got that.
They absolutely will not. Because think about how long have you?
So you think it was Adam and Eve? You think it was one? Hold on, bro. You said that the first humans had one skin color, and I'm telling you that it was a population, bro. It wasn't no one person. You thinking Adam and Eve? So if it was a population of humans having babies, it doesn't make sense for them to be the same color. It does not.
So evolution also talks about the reasons for the variation, right? So variations just don't happen. They happen because of pressures.
Was the point of me asking the question? The point of me asking the question is 2 of the very big components to evolution is adaptation and mutation.
Exactly.
And so, due to where you literally live, according to that, scientific skin map, right? Adaptations and mutations happen in different areas on Earth based on where you are located in relationship to the equator, man.
Over a period of time. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing that the variations don't happen over time.
Nope, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying
you're saying it just happened instantaneously.
I'm saying no reasons. So how many humans you think? So when you say the first humans, I'm telling you it was a population. It wasn't one human being. It wasn't Adam and Eve. And within that population, they would have ranged. Now they wouldn't have been light because they're near the equator. They're in East Africa. They're in East Africa. So they'd have been brown and dark. and of course, some would have came out lighter, of course, because that's the way nature works. It don't work the way you and me wanted to work. You cannot go to Africa right now.
I never dictate how nature works. Nature doesn't care about us. Nature just works the way it works.
Nah, man, but you know what now you playing with me. You being funny.
I'm not. But I'm not trying to be funny either.
Man.
But what you're
saying,
brother, is that
I'm asking. Do you know what Egypt is, though?
Now, I know where it's at.
Yeah. Are you sure? I don't think you know what Egypt is.
Yes, I do know.
How?
What do you mean how?
How? So you're saying the people in Sudan ain't darker than the people in Egypt?
What I'm saying is that there was probably
no stay there. No, stay there. No, stay there.
Of course they are
stay
today.
Right there.
It's different today.
No. Really?
Yeah, of course it's different today.
Really?
Yeah, really? Of course. Yeah,
really?
Of course
You're saying people at 8,000 BCE, 7,000 BCE that was in North Africa was dark skinned because you're saying it.
No, it's not because I'm saying that it's
Reggie, you
when I look at when I look at
hold on a minute, Reggie, you saying that too? You saying people in North Africa was light skinned and 7,000 B? Is that what you're saying?
He's not saying light skin.
Okay, so let me talk. But
okay,
I wanted Brother Ronald to talk. Okay. First of all, humans.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, no.
I didn't mean it. My fault. Let me mute out, bro.
You shouldn't be that way because
Reggie, I'm trying to
kill the conversation.
Reggie, stop being old and wild. I said I'm muting out my fault, brother. I said I'm muting out my fault. You jumpy as hell right now. Let me mute out, bro. I'm not trying to cut you off. I said, excuse me, let me mute out. Jeez.
I didn't hear that.
I know, because you went old on me. For 1 second, you jumped old.
I'm old.
We went like two 60-year-old men just now. Let me shut the hell up. Let me mute the hell out. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. The African population is the most diverse population. Actually, the Khoisan people are probably the most diverse population of Africa, the early Africans. So they have a genetic component in their skin, right? That, because of evolution, can cause a human light to be light and to be dark. Africans migrated all over the continent, and yes, the UVB rays, right, was a component that dealt with our armor, and humans adapted depending on how long they was in a particular area. But so since we have that ingredient in our armor, I'm just talking about the African. In certain regions, because of the high frequency of the UVB rays, right? They will create a genetic response. Let's say a mutation, mutation adaptation. But when Africans are moving all around Africa, they're moving around with the skin color based on their admixture. And in one particular population, grouping area, geographical area, there are Africans with multiple skin colors. If they stay there in a particular region long enough, then through their children, there'll be adaptations, and depending on where they are, they'll be darker and lighter. You cannot map this phenomenon of populations migrating. Just because Chaplin has a predictive map that says over a long time period, and specifically with indigenous people, if they were in that area, this is how the skin would reflect. And so the skin map is really a skin reflectors map, but it does correlate nicely with populations.
Yeah, they said they left out the migration part on purpose, Reggie. If you read the whole thing, they actually left the part out that you think they didn't know about, because they did know about it, but they actually left that part out. They was just concerned, but the people, you know what I'm saying, without the migration piece, they wasn't concerned with that, but they knew about it and they left. So that shouldn't be a point of contention for us.
Well, Chaplin, it is a point of contention because new information is coming out because you finally read the article.
No, I've been read it. Okay, man. All right, Reg.
You finally read the article.
Reggie, we're not doing this, Reggie.
You're cutting me off.
Yeah, but we're not doing this though.
Why are we not
doing it?
You called me a whole bunch of names.
I called you a pseudo because you is. Now you seem to lighten up your position on the skin map now. So I think you easing out of that. Oh, you back on that?
I am on your head.
You're not on my head, Reggie. Reggie,
of the skin
Reggie,
map.
you're not on my head. You're on your own head, Reggie. Trust me.
Yeah,
I can read, Reggie.
Because
Reggie, I can read, Reggie.
It was improperly
I didn't, Reggie.
The skin map.
No, I didn't,
a whole
Reggie.
lot of different things using Jablonski's work, and you applied all of that on the skin map. And I said, no, let's look at the skin map for what it is. It is just a scientific prediction about the UVB rays during the autumn series, the autumn period, right? Because that's where the analysis and how that would impact indigenous populations. So we got to go back to the word indigenous populations. Problem is Africans are migrating, right? So it is just a predictive, and it's important because what he did was he put a scientific component. He made a rationale why people are darker and lighter, and based on the environment. And the other scholars, the geneticists, the people that actually look at what's going on with the skin, was looking on the skin, talked about other things like admixture, extinction events, and migrations. My problem with you is that when you're introducing the map, you're introducing the map to say what? And that's the problem.
To say that there's a range of skin color on planet Earth, and the majority of human life lived in the habitable zones. And in these zones, right, you would need brown skin. So the majority of the human population is brown skin anyway. So I don't even know what the argument is. It's only an argument when y'all play this little crazy Egyptian game y'all be playing. But if the word Egypt wasn't in it, then everybody be comfortable with it. But all of a sudden, the Egyptians got to be jet black no matter what, dog. And if it's any range in skin color, because they got mixed.
I would
just say
wild to me, bro.
Good brother Reggie.
Yeah. So
it was the title.
So you're using the skin map. You're using the skin map to say what?
I'm using the skin map to say
a predictive map as for one variable, which is environmental.
Right, Reggie.
The UVB rays and
that's all we're talking about, Reggie.
That's all it is. So then watch this. So then what's this? So then what? Why spend so much time on it, and why keep introducing?
No, because you dove in. Because this man came on here, Mr. Reginald came on and said that the Egyptians was one skin color, and I said no. I said the Nile Valley is 4,100 miles. It goes through Zone 1 and Zone 2. So it varied. Just like in Southern Africa, the Khoisan are lighter, right? But that's in Zone 2. Okay. Northeast Africa is somewhere in Zone 2 and Zone 1. You can just look at it. So I'm not making up anything. And there's several maps that go with the research. It's the one where it talks about reflection of skin, and it's the one when it's talking about like what they would have predicted to look like. And as a matter of fact, I'm almost kind of getting offended when I'm saying, yo, so you underestimate the word prediction? So we can come right here. We can look at the word prediction. Oh. Here you go, prediction. So we're not just talking about a forecast, a statement about future events and data, right? We talk about this one. We talking about science. We're talking about, in science, a prediction is a rigorous and often quantitative statement forecasting what would be observed under specific conditions. What's the specific conditions? The UVA and UV rays. That's what we're talking about here.
Okay,
brother. I don't disagree with some of the terminology.
He's being slippery.
I'm not disagreeing, but can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question though?
Yes.
I made the assertion. For Brother Ankh and for Brother Rob that when our ancestors came to this country 400 years ago through slavery, that we look more African. Our ancestors look more African than we do today. I'm saying they looked more African. They looked darker.
I don't understand. Look more.
I'm making that assertion. I'm making from a complexion point of view.
Right.
And so over 400 years, do you think 400 years from an evolutionary point of view would have caused them to look more like us today? Over 400 years.
Well, brother. Brother.
Yes.
So we have to look at, so my problem with the skin map is that it only deals with environmental factors. What you're talking about now is factors dealing with admixture,
Yeah.
right? So the admixture with there's lots of groups. There's admixture already with the Arabs, right?
I know, but I'm just asking. I'm asking a person. I'm asking people who are highly knowledgeable of evolution. We were talking about. We got kind of off track a little bit.
No, but I'm getting to. But I'm trying to answer your point. So when we came to the Americas, when you say that we look more African, Africans were already diverse coming into the Americas. There was darker Africans, and there were lighter Africans coming in on the slave ship, right? So they weren't all dark.
But I guess what I'm saying though is that the majority of the Africans coming in were dark, though. They were dark complected.
So I'm trying to
get an answer. I'm trying to get an answer.
From a logical standpoint, I get where you're coming from.
Of course.
Right? But this is the issue, right? When you start looking at history, you'll notice that, like, due to different rebellions and slave uprisings here in the Americas and in the Caribbean, they started mixing up where they literally got Africans from the continent, which brings in, the area that I had brung up earlier, Angola. And so, there is a, clear distinction between somebody that's from Ghana, from Senegal, versus somebody that's from Angola. You can look at them and tell, you know what I mean? And so that's basically what I'm saying. And so when you make the assertion that they look more African and you're, inferring that they're all dark skinned, that's where, it would be like incorrect. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate your answer. I was just talking about from an evolutionary point of view. I'm trying to tie it all. I'm trying to bring it all the way back to
Canada. That's what's getting you. Let me jump in here real quick. So I just got to say it. I can't even play the game. It's your black algae just killing you right now.
No, it's not. It's not.
Listen, let me finish my point.
Okay.
It's your black algae that's getting in the way, because there's things you have grabbed onto that you refuse to let loose, because for some reason being African ain't enough these days. When I started out, being African was what we was fighting for. We was fighting for the Egyptians being African. Go back and rewind the show. They was saying they not even Africans. Hawass say they ain't even in Africa. So that was the fight, bro. So for some reason, if you don't got the racist depiction of what African is, with the big nose and the big lips and the peppercorn hair and the dark skin, then you ain't African, you mixed. That's not the truth. So it's your black algae coupled with racism, white supremacy that told you looked one way, you believed it, and you can't get around it. The moment you release your black algae, at least 99% of it, keep a little piece just for protection. That's enough. Trust me. That 1% is enough to wake back up if you got to. Trust me, bro, because I'm there. Look, when Hawass said that they wanted Africa, I woke back up with black algae. What? You tripping? Yeah, I felt offended for that, bro. But I go back. Boop, 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 boop. Now I'm back to 99% again. Listen to what I'm telling you, bro. You got 50% that's killing you. You can't see it. You don't think it's unimaginable to you that an Egyptian, not even mixed with somebody else that might remotely be light skinned. So, you can't handle that. You like, no, they gotta be no. Hey, bro, listen. You wouldn't even think that a African woman could have a baby my complexion without being mixed with a white person. You can't get past that. You think a Palestinian is, you can't get past it. You don't think that's possible.
See, I think that you're locked into a false notion that you can hold more than one thought in your mind at a time. Obviously, I know that a dark-skinned woman can have a baby that, because of genetics over thousands of years, that can manifest themselves.
It
doesn't have to be thousands of years. You're right.
It can be the next baby.
But through genetics.
It can be the next baby.
I know, but why can't you let me finish?
It can be the next baby.
But why can't you let me finish? Why can't you let me finish?
Because I just did.
Because I waited for you to talk. I know it's your show, and I appreciate it.
But you shouldn't have let me talk. You should have cut me off if I was lying.
I'm not gonna. I'm not saying that
No,
you're
go
lying.
ahead.
I'm saying that I'm saying that I understand that those types of things can happen, but it can also be equally true that the Kemetic people of a few thousand years ago were dark complected. That they weren't this that they weren't this range. That those things can be true as well.
So when I show you,
and the reason I say that, and the reason I say that,
real quick,
Reggie can't even go as far as
Ronald. Even in their own depictions of themselves,
man, don't tell him.
They have different skin tones.
He don't believe it.
In their own depictions of themselves.
You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying though is when I look at the Sphinx,
hey Ronald, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate you doing that.
They
I don't appreciate you doing that, Mr. Ronald. I don't appreciate you doing that.
You don't appreciate me doing what?
What you just did. I don't appreciate it.
What do you mean?
Because you double talking me now.
I'm not double talking.
This man, Brother Rob, clearly said that the Egyptians depicted themselves in a range of skin color. You didn't went to the damn Sphinx. Ain't no color on the damn Sphinx. Now you saying then you just switched it from color. Now look at the Sphinx. The Sphinx 2500 BCE, bro.
I know, but
it's a statue. What the hell?
I want you to think about something, Ronald.
Brother, if somebody, let me make this point. But he made a question to me.
1 second, brother. 1 second. I just want to make this quick point. So
I actually like you though, Ron. I ain't gonna lie.
I like this conversation. I appreciate my first time in. So I appreciate
the depiction of themselves, right? It's not like they could go to Walmart and get whatever color that they wanted to depict themselves in that color.
Yeah.
Do you see?
No.
So
I'm not talking about.
They had to go through extraordinary limbs and extraordinary science in order to get the color that they wanted to depict themselves in that color. Do you see what I mean?
I do see what you mean, but
they're putting it. Wait, and this the last point. And in their mind when they're doing it, when they writing the Madunetta, they putting it up there for eternity. They figured in their mind it was gonna be in color for eternity. Do you see what I mean? So it wasn't no mistake that it was in different colors, different hues.
Okay, so I am gonna put up a facsimile. I'm going to put up a facsimile of Hoi, right? Mm-hmm. And so let me just put this up. Okay, so this is going to help at least about ancient Egypt. So let me just share the screen and put this up. So what we want to do is just talk about skin complexions in ancient Egypt during the time of roughly, this is Hoi. So we're gonna say past.
I already got them. Go ahead. What you got?
Yeah,
I got them.
I'm just gonna put this up, and I'm going to try to blow this up. Okay. So the ancient Egyptians left us. Let's see if I can get it larger. Maybe not here.
Yeah,
that always tells me. Yeah, I know. Okay, this is better. So okay. Can you tell me here which groups are the ancient Egyptians from this diagram? Can you tell me which groups are the ancient Egyptians?
Is a question for me or for anybody?
Brother
you.
No, I think they all. I think they are all are citizens of Egypt.
Okay, so in this case they're not.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the vizier. Well, he's really not a vizier, Hoi, but he's in charge of the Kushites, right? And he is here at this. Let's see if I can blow it up a little bit better. Right here, he is, and he is paying tribute to the king, and the king is Tutankhamun, right? And so, where the Egyptians are in this diagram is the question. Where are the ancient Egyptians? They're not all ancient Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this group over here are groups of people from the south, right? All these groups and all these complexions are people of the south, right? And they're coming to pay tribute. Okay, so let me. I think I froze. Let me unfreeze. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm just letting this. I just want to see the top of it, and there it goes. There you go. So these groups of people over here are what you call from the south. So we could say that they are, Nubia is a fake term, but we can say that these are people past the first cataract, underneath the first cataract. And there are, so this person right here is a Nubian, right? This sister right here is a Nubian. This brother right here is a Nubian. They're all light. This brother right here. And then there are Africans that are black, darker, and brown. Okay, now here's the trick though. This person right here is an Egyptian. This Egyptian
I can't see your cursor.
Hey, Reggie, the picture not moving.
Yeah, we can't see. It's not.
Okay, that's fine. Let me try it over here. This person right here is Egyptian.
Still can't follow it.
But just what register? The first or second line?
The big guy with the feather.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, he darker too. Yeah, we see it. We see the big guy on the right. Moving? On the right. Nah, we can't see it, but go ahead. We can see you.
That's strange. Let's try it here. Can you see it moving now?
No.
Nope, only you can see it. It's small.
Okay.
Maybe it's something.
Maybe
here.
you gotta.
All right. So the person all the way to the right with the big feather.
You're right. We got you. I see it.
He's Egyptian. This person on the top register with the two people on the top register.
Yes.
One is dark, one is light.
Yep.
What's the difference between these two groups of people? The Egyptian and the brother and the Nubian brother that's light skinned. What's the difference?
The Egyptian is actually darker because if you look at the real skin color, it kind of faded. It's brown. He's like dark brown. That Egyptian is dark brown. He's not even red.
Okay.
Yeah, he's darker brown.
Now this sister right here, I think it's a sister. She's lighter than all of them.
Yeah, she's lighter than all of them.
And
one
she's
behind
Nubian.
them.
And she's Nubian.
Yeah.
And this sister right here, this sister right, can you see my cursor now?
No, you right behind the lady with the three people dark.
Underneath the gift bearer with the dark hands, there is a person that's very light hair. You see that?
All right. With the giraffe on the line with the giraffe.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen again, and I'm gonna try it again. Let's just try it again. Okay.
Yeah, so, the picture wasn't moving; it was froze.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna try it again. That's okay.
Yeah, I go with the data. Hey, man.
There we go. Can you see my cursor now?
Yeah, I can see it. There you go, brother. Yeah.
All right. So the person that I was talking about was this person right here.
Yeah, we got you.
He's an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Up here, there's a sister who's Nubian, and she's lighter. There. She's lighter than the Egyptian.
Yep. All them Nubians up top too.
She's lighter than the Egyptian. So there are different populations, skin colors in the populations in the South. So they're not all dark. That's the tell. Now when we go down to the bottom, let's go down to the bottom. My cursor is I'm trying to. Okay, that's why, because I got it. Okay, so let's just move it over here.
Yeah, you got you big. All right, there you go.
And bring it down. All right, these people down here, all these people right here, these people are Egyptian. See, the tell is the dress code. Don't get confused by the dress code, right? Take the clothes off and you will find that these are all the same groupings of people with different skin colors. So if you look closely at the Egyptians, what they do is they pair them together. So you see lighter, darker, and then you see a group of like 3 or 4 men, right? And so the Egyptians are also darker. But what people get confused about is the clothes that they're wearing. So all the Egyptians were not dark. All the Egyptians were not light. The Egyptians is mixed based on populations, right? Admixture in their populations. So I hope that helps. I'm sorry about the. I'm sorry about the.
You just brought a source that kind of backed up the point I was making. You know what I mean? That they depicted themselves in different hues.
Man, the scientists say it. What more we need? Yo, the scientists say it. The Egyptologists say it.
So so here's the Egyptians over here.
Oh, that's a good. You got it good now, Reggie. That's looking real good.
Yeah. So here we have.
Come on.
So we have. So there's no separation in people between Egyptians and Nubians except for culture, which is ethnicity. So they have different ethnic clothing, different ethnic styles, but there's no difference between the Egyptians, the so-called Egyptians, and the so-called
skin color. Tell me skin color.
Right. Based on skin. It's based on skin color. It's no difference.
Right.
Now,
skin color, really, that's something that is kind of
worst thing.
It's
the worst thing to try to play.
Yeah.
It's the worst game in town, yo.
Right. Now over here, in this one right here, you see my cursor over here?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Here's two children, very dark and a lighter brown. And over here is two women, is a dark and a light. There's no difference between these groups of people if you take off their clothing, change their and make them bald-headed like the Egyptians. There's no difference between the people, right? There's no difference between the people. So it's a population, and this population over here is the parents actually of the ancient Egyptians. The other Nubia, Nakada, what they call Nakada, Nubian A, those are the parents of the ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Egyptians is actually the children. The children of Ethiopia, Egypt is also the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians have a lighter complexion, right? For the most part, not all, but they have a mixed population the same way. So let me just backtrack. The Ethiopian populations have a mixed population of dark and light. So the worst thing that we can do is play the skin color game, and that's why I don't like anything that deals with skin color, because unless we actually have archaeology of the actual depictions of people that's really that's non-biased, that's not prejudiced, right? Then we could see the diversity. Okay, so I'll stop sharing that screen. Somebody else is sharing another screen.
Yeah, you see that plantation scene from the tomb of Jed?
Oh, sorry. I removed.
No, you good.
No, I'm removing mine. You put yours back on.
You can keep it right there. Yeah, you see that scene right there? Look at that. Look how dark. Look how dark. Look at the range on the picture right there, yo. Brown, red, dark red. Come on, man.
Okay. So now when Africans were being enslaved.
That's a different piece.
Talking
about white people.
When Africans were being enslaved, those Africans that were being enslaved also had mixed skin color.
That's what I thought.
Right.
And then you get the mulattoes,
right?
Mixed with white people, and back and forth. I mean,
Arabs before that, right? And so when they're on the slave ship, the Europeans are first going to pick the ones that because of who they are, that they think they can get away with it in their religious beliefs. They're going to pick the lighter of the enslaved populations to rape, because they think that they more prettier, right? So we can't play this. The problem is I don't like when we play skin games. Now, evolution is one thing, admixture is another thing. Admixture is part of evolution, but it really, you find admixture, the recombination of the genes later through longer periods of time. In the short period of times, it's just admixing of, and you don't know what the children are going to look like. Now, the how can I say, ultraviolet rays of the sun does have a lot to do with. That's one environmental selective breeding. Who the king is, right, and who he chooses to mate with and why, and those children, right, the chiefs who they mate with. That is going, but you can't. What you can't do is you can't map the populations, but you can use Chaplin's science about prediction. So you can make predictions, but the predictions are just what they are, just predictions.
Ah, man, it's the highest level in science is the prediction, yo. Just for the record.
Okay.
Let me do this commercial. Yeah, seriously, Reggie. Like that's the highest. That's on the frontier. When you make a like Charles Darwin prediction, yo, he was on the frontier, yo. That's deep. But that's another conversation. I just want to put that out there. But I want to know, ladies and gentlemen, is the Kemetic priesthood the prototype of the Leviticus priesthood? We're gonna find out on June 24th, coming soon, 7 p.m. Be in the building, man. It's $25. Sister Nepal and Sister Christina is going down, man. I can't wait for this debate just to hear the women get in there in that conversation. It's gonna be fun. When they get locked into that Zoom, they're gonna have to use their wit, their intelligence. They're gonna have to have command of sources. They're gonna have to know the other one's material to be able to combat when their opponent makes a mistake, man. But that's on the 24th, 7 p.m. Be in the building, get your tickets, get them while they hot. All right. Yeah, shout out to the community skeptics. Y'all know what it is, man. Make sure y'all support this. Okay, so we back in rotation, right? Back where we at.
So I just want to see where brother Ronald, he left.
Yeah, he must have fell off.
Okay, so now, so
he ran him off with the variant skin color. He wanted to be all black, jet black.
Dang, Reg, man, you always running people away, man.
Ran him off, man. He was comfortable fighting me, but when his mentor, no, I ain't gonna say that. But when Reggie was like, "Hey, man, you know, and you got some variation."
Yeah, I would say them dudes, because I got in the Oxford Handbook of Nubia, they actually break that whole scene down. It's like each line that you see is a different scene. You know what I'm saying? Like the Egyptians at the bottom, those are the household. That's the household of Hoi. That's him returning to his household. Even show Hoi multiple times in that scene. And then one at the top, like them Kermites at the top, them like Nilo-Saharan based dudes, but they do have mixture in intermarriage with A group people and like northern people too. You got different. Even with them, it showed different variations of different people, different Nilo people. You know what I'm saying? Who they had associations with or whatever. Like the dudes that was in the ropes, they was Nilos too, but they wasn't as caught up and mixed like the ones that was more elite. You know what I'm saying?
You know what get lost in that picture?
I ain't get all that for that picture, yo. Wait, I want to read that. What handbook was that, yo? Where you at?
You know what get lost in the picture, though?
Hey, go to the.
That's your fault.
I'm finna tell you, bro. Hey, Unc, I'm finna tell you. Go to the Oxford Handbook of Nubia. And
Reggie, pull it up. You know you got it, Reggie.
It's a chapter.
What page? Reggie,
It's a chapter. It's the chapter written by Stuart Tyson Smith. He break that whole scene down.
Oh man, yo, how the hell you gonna go back from a picture who they is? That was funny.
We'll get lost in the picture, just like today, how we floss a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They flossing. If you notice, they got their cows. Because if you got a lot of cows, that means you gonna have top pick with the top women. You know what I mean? You the man. You know what I'm saying? You rich, basically. You know what I'm saying? And dowries come with it, and the women who family got cows, they dowry is number one pick. Everybody trying to get the good dowry.
Everybody trying to get the good dowry.
Right, but we still don't know. We still don't know what the children are going to be what the children are going to look like. No matter whatever this top pick is and stuff, they're not all going to look like the father, and they're not going to. And then there's lots of mothers involved in this. So the skin color.
No, I ain't just talking about skin. I go deeper than skin. I go lip proportion, skull type, genomes, all that. I ain't just talking about no skin.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking to you.
Skin is a minor thing for me.
I know.
Hey, if you don't mind, bro, I wanted to kind of switch the subject because you had Charles Darwin on.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I got it on the screen.
And Charles Darwin, would you say that he was influenced by Christoph Miners? Would you say that Christoph Miners had any influence on Charles Darwin?
I don't know who Christoph Minus is. Educate me.
I put his name in the back chat. He a pseudoscientist. He wrote this book. What's the
Why would you put Charles Darwin with a pseudoscientist? Well, I guess you had
the guy that influenced him. But yeah, his name in the back chat. I'll put the but yeah, you see it in the back chat?
The Wikipedia article?
Yeah. And that's who he is. So he wrote this book, and it's called The Outline of History of Mankind. And he is the pseudoscientist. This is like the roots of scientific racism.
Yeah, Dabrowski talked about him. Go ahead.
Yeah, he is the one that kind of split mankind into two divisions. And he labeled it the beautiful white race and the ugly black race. It's all throughout his book. He make these points like to back up
it's two of them. It's him and the other guy. Get the other guy name right now.
Yeah.
It's two of them. Yeah, because it got promoted because you got the printing press and all that shit, and everybody was reading their literature. And so it kind of, you know what I mean? It permeated in America. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I mean, and the a lot of the slave masters really promoted his book because his book promoted the idea that Negroes felt less pain and we lacked emotions, and you know, we had a larger skull but a smaller brain.
It was all wrong. It was all wrong.
Yeah. And so you know, he is really the root, I would say.
There's two of them. It's not just him. I can't think of a guy name. I just seen a lecture on it with Gina Dabrowski. She talked about that.
Wow.
I'll go through it. I'm gonna show it. It's not just him. It's two of them.
I gotta hear her work on it then. I gotta listen to it then, because this is something
you right on it. You there?
Yeah, this is something that I teach in class. I teach U.S. history, and so I try to, you know, bring in stuff that shorties ain't gonna never hit nowhere else. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's it. They did it. It's him and the other guy, and that damn printing press helped them out.
Oh yes,
because the literature and it was in book form, and everybody just ran with it. Yo, that's wild, right? And so no, he didn't influence Charles Darwin.
Okay,
I don't know about that. No, that you can't say that. Charles Darwin went in the opposite direction. He was in, you know what I'm saying? So he hearing that, right? He's definitely in that work. But remember his theory, that's my point. I'm trying to tell people that his theory actually overturned what that guy was saying.
Okay.
He rendered it pseudoscientific. It was already pseudoscientific, but Charles Darwin work actually.
Okay.
Go ahead. Somebody's gonna say something.
Yeah. So I wanna.
Where the hell is the thing?
So we've looked at a lot of the statements of Charles Darwin, and he was a man of his time. I do want to introduce some of the problematic statements that Charles Darwin.
Well, hold on. All right. Well, before you do that, let me just clear this up. This is Charles Darwin, Human Society. Then you can bring in the problematic stuff. Darwin's views on social political issues reflected his time, social position. It said he grew up in a family of Whig reformers who, like his uncle Joseph Woodward, reported electoral reform and emancipation of the slaves. All right. It says Darwin was passionately opposed to slavery while seeing no problem with the working conditions of English factory workers or servants. It says taking taxidermy lessons in 1826 from a freed slave, John Edmondson. We talked about him, right? We talked about John Edmondson being in South America. He was enslaved in South America, and he understood the diversity in the forest, and he kind of convinced Darwin, just in a conversation, right, that he should change his profession from, remember Charles Darwin was going to be a surgeon, right? And he got him interested in natural science. Okay? It say whom Darwin long recalled as a very pleasant and intelligent man, reinforced his belief that Black people shared the same feelings, okay, and could be as intelligent as people of other races. So it reinforced it. So your man was saying something totally different. Your man was saying you was dumb because of your skin color. Here, Charles Darwin was saying something totally opposite of it. So we can't put that with him. It said he took the same attitude to native people he met on the Beagle. This is when he took his trip, circumnavigated. It say though commonplace in Britain at the time. Silliman and Beckman noticed the contrast with slave owning America. It said around 20 years later, racism became the feature in the British society. But Darwin remained strongly against slavery, against ranking, the so-called races of man as distinct species. Now, you'll have some people that say he did, then some people that say he won't, but his work shows you that he didn't do it. He was saying, they blending in, you can't tell. To him, in his work, he tells you that to him, right, is one progenitor. Remember, it goes along with his religion, right? He was a monogenous, one origin. So it's not a stretch for him, right, that his theory, would kind of support he thinking one humanity. All right. Yeah, and against the ill treatment of native people. Darwin interaction with Yagans is such as Jimmy Button during the second voyage of the HM Beagle had profound impact on his view of indigenous peoples. All right. So basically speaking, as this man ran around the world, he started to recognize that everybody was basically the same. It's just that Europeans had a different language and had better technology at times. All right. So that's the fundamental difference right there. But he definitely seen him as being on par. Okay. And then watch this. It says he saw European colonialism. He saw that European colonialism would often lead to extinction of native civilizations and tried to integrate colonialism into the evolutionary history of civilization, analogous to the natural history. So he felt like that these Europeans and colonialism would be the cause of extinction of indigenous races. Is this not what happened? It certainly did. Now, let's get to this portion. Let's get to his cousin. Now, Darwin was intrigued by his half-cousin Francis Galton argument introduced in 1865 that statistical analysis of heredity showed that moral and mental human traits could be inherited and principles of animal breeding could apply to humans. Now, watch this. Now, this is Darwin's work. In the descent of human and the descent of man, Darwin noted that aiding the weak to survive and have families could lose the benefit of natural selection, but cautioned that withholding such aid would endanger the instinct of sympathy, the noblest part of our nature. And factors such as education could be more important. It say when Galton suggested that publishing research could encourage intermarriage within the caste of those who are naturally gifted, Darwin foresaw practical difficulties and thought it the sole feasible yet I fear utopia plan of procedure in improving the human race, preferring to simply publicize the importance of inheritance and leave decisions to individuals. Francis Galton named his field of study eugenics. After Darwin's death, and his theories were cited to promote eugenics policies. So see, it was after Darwin's death that people took his work to try to promote eugenics, which is actually a pseudoscientific field that Galton had produced. But let me show you this right here. I want to go right to this. If I can get right here, let me get right here real quick. Then I'm going to turn it over to Reggie. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get right to eugenics. Let me go right here. So this is eugenics argument, right? I'm gonna come right here. And that's Galton, right? I'm gonna come right here. Right here. Now, the idea of modern project for improving the human population through selective breeding was originally developed by Francis Galton and was initially inspired by Darwinism and its theory of natural selection. Okay, so you got somebody who took scientific work and pseudorized it. Now watch this. It said Galton had read his half cousin's Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, which sought to explain the development of plant and animal species and desired to apply it to humans. Okay, it says based on his biographical studies, Galton believed that desirable human qualities were heritable traits, although Darwin strongly disagreed with this elaboration of his theory. See, Darwin disagreed with that. It say in 1883, 1 year after Darwin's death, Galton gave his research name eugenics. All right. So the point I'm making here is they always make the mistake and say, yeah, Darwin, the eugenics, he didn't agree to none of that, bro. Never agreed to that, but people routinely say that he did when actually he didn't. You want to add something, Reggie? I just want to put that in there because it'd be a lot of religious people saying what Darwin did, right?
Okay, I am a fan of Charles Darwin's observations and his conclusions and his contribution to evolution. I am a fan of that. What I'm not a fan of is, unfortunately, because he's a man of his times and in a very racist world, he made enough statements to show that he was a white supremacist. So to show,
yeah, you wow,
to show that,
so, he's a white supremacist.
Yeah,
really, yo, really, yo,
you
wow.
really. So
wow.
Let me speak.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
you made that man a white supremacist.
No, I didn't. Sources did.
No, you're gonna give me a religious source, yo. So, go ahead though. Okay. Go for it.
So the philosophy of the many, the dark side of Darwinism, right?
What? That's a quick.
Hey, I got a clip from one of his books, man. So once Reggie finish, I share my screen.
Okay. Now y'all do know he wrote it in his scientific work what he thought.
Okay, so let me
go ahead though.
Can I talk uninterrupted?
Yes, you can, brother.
Okay. The good thing about this piece is that they make the points and then they quote Darwin's work. So, and the author is fair, I think. Because also best known for the origin of species, Darwin. Let me see if you can see my cursor here. Darwin does not address human evolution and race until the 1870 book, The Descent of Man, in which Darwin applies his theories of natural selection to humans and introduces the idea of sexual selection, right? Here, his white supremacy is revealed, okay? Of the course of the book, Darwin describes, let me just bring this up a little bit bigger. Okay, so let's go this, all right. So now this is the critique. This is just critique. The Descent of Man, in which Darwin applies his theories of natural selection to humans and introduces the idea of sexual selection. Here, his white supremacy is revealed. Over the course of the book, Darwin describes Australians, Mongolians, Africans, Indians, South Americans, Polynesians, and even Eskimos as savages. Right?
You want to talk about that right there, or you want to keep going?
I'm going to keep going. It becomes clear that he considers every population that is not white and European to be savage. The word savage, okay, we can say is disdainful, right? We could talk about that. Darwin explains that the highest races and the lowest savages differ in moral disposition and in intellect. It's 36. So we can go to, let me see, 36. Let's see. I just have to figure out where the footnotes, but we can search to see if he said that, right? So let's say we need to check to see if he said that. We could check it. Okay, so at one point, Darwin says the savages have low morality, insufficient powers of reasoning, and weak power of self-command. Okay, these are things that we can check, right? Darwin's specific consideration of intellectual capacity is alarming, right? I'm not going to deal with I'm just going to deal with the quotes that he's bringing out. His remarks soon expand to humans. How little can the hard-worked wife of a degraded Australian savage who uses hardly any abstract words and cannot count above 4 exert her self-consciousness or reflect on the nature of her own existence? Darwin says, Darwin writes that Australians are incapable of complex thought and insinuates that they are akin to lower animals. Okay, I don't want to do his commentary.
Yeah, right. You ain't gonna, get him saying that. Get Darwin saying that.
Right. Okay, so okay, I'm just getting to it where he says, okay, he justifies violent imperialism. Darwin at some point says, from the remote times, successful tribes have supplanted other tribes. I don't have a problem with that. At the present day, civilized nations are everywhere supplanting barbarous nations. That has a racial connotation to it.
Did what?
That at present day, civilized nations are everywhere supplanting barbarous nations. Let's get another quote. First, just I don't want to read what the person says. I want to find quotes where he says from his quotes. Okay. He writes that the Western nations of Europe now so immeasurably surpass their former savage progenitors and stands at the summit of civilization.
Okay. Yeah, see that? Read that again, Reggie. That's important. Because then I'm going to tell you what the word means. What did he say?
I'm gonna finish. Let's not do what the Hebrews and the Bible people do. Let's just I'm just putting the quotes there. We don't need to reinterpret it.
Yeah.
Western nations of Europe now so immeasurably surpass their former savage progenitors and stand at the summit of civilization.
So he admits that white people were savages first, and then they ended up not savage because they actually talking about technology, bro. They saying they went from a state of low technology to a level of high. That's what the word savage was actually used in that time. It wasn't what we thinking it was meaning. Because if that's the case, then he put everybody in the same boat. He was savages, and then they got out of that. So then he's saying either he's saying everybody was savages, which is everybody, not just black people, or he was talking about the level. And I'm saying to that, I want to paint a picture real fast.
Can I continue?
Yes, you
can paint the picture when I finish.
All right, go ahead.
Eventually, he says, and some ate as low as a baboon instead of as at present between the Negro or the Australian and the gorilla. So he ties in the Negro, Australia, and the gorilla. He does that. In the text of Descent of Man, now everybody knows that Darwin was against slavery, but that doesn't necessarily mean. Okay, so I'm just saying everybody knows that Darwin had a hatred of slavery. I'm going to give him that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for another quote that I can pull. Okay, Darwin writes of slavery. So these are the points where he's against slavery. It makes one's blood boil, yet heart tremble to think that we Englishmen and our American descendants with their boastful cry of liberty have been and are so guilty, right? So he is against slavery, but he is a man of that period, right? I'm looking for another quote, and I have something else in another section, if I can find it. And then I'll just turn it back over to Ankh if this doesn't come up. So let me see. Racism of Charles Darwin. Did that come up? So there was a quote in here. In The Descent of Man in 1871, he claims, at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened.
Through white supremacy and racism, like Smash says, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, but the point he was trying to, I read it earlier that he said his thing was that he could see that there was a clear gap in technology to the point where, they gonna smash them out. No way around it. He knew it. Yeah, I mean, you could have seen it right now, me and you could go to the Adamese Island and say, if it became an issue, we would definitely smash them. We'd just send some drones in there and shoot them up. They wouldn't stand a chance. And he understood certain factors in that. The Native Americans did not stand a chance, bro. You can say what Darwin was saying. Darwin was confirming the point that it's going to be wild because he the one circumnavigated the globe, right? He was like, that's going to be a wild one. And I read it earlier that was one of his points right there.
Okay, so overall, we do know that Darwin is against slavery, but he does have a concept of higher civilization and lower civilizations, and he categorizes groups of people as savages, particularly the Australian and the African. And he seems that he proposes, like one of the people said, maybe it's not his lack of love for slavery is juxtaposed to one of the people in the chat that said it accurately, but the concept of genocide and extermination is very much a part of Darwin's thinking.
That's not true.
Of his construction.
That's totally mischaracterization. And let me go right here, noble savage. Let's come to this term, noble savage, right? Noble savage. We come right here. Savage, noble savage. What's a noble savage? In Western anthropology, philosophy, and literature, the noble savage is a stock character who is uncorrupted by civilization. So remember I was telling you Darwin was saying that, they didn't have a civilization like the Europeans had. And the point I was trying to make was, it's hard to find people today, right? Indigenous people who don't even have no clothes on. You can find them. So imagine being a European and running across these people for the first time. In his mind, he was thinking that their technology, the way they lived, you know what I'm saying, was uncivilized based off the way they was living. That was his notion. No more different than if you ran across. I'll give you an even better example. If you was to go to, let's just say, the Adamese Island, Reggie, I'm going to ask you this question, right? And you found yourself a beautiful woman, black woman, right? What would you tell her to do? What would be, she live outside, in the woods, right? She, in the rainforest, wherever she at, beautiful. She got, her grass, whatever they got, their little thing they wear, her breasts out and all that. Now you want to bring her back to America. What's the first thing you're gonna say, dude? She ain't got no shoes or nothing. What's the first thing you're gonna say, back to America? No, I'm just saying, I'm making a point, you're gonna have to leave to meet your parents or your cousins and them. Y'all want to get married. When you there, it's cool. You can be naked with her. That's cool. Everybody doing it. But now we got to go back to Harlem. What you gonna tell her to do, Reggie? Be honest.
Me, I'm 58 years old. I'm a leader, sister. There's no need to be coming. She's not ready for it.
She want to go. She want to go. I want to go.
Hey, I'm bouncing. I'm going somewhere else. I don't want to get into my own personal.
Let me tell you what I'm gonna do.
Brother Reggie gonna leave him in Dominican Republic. Brother Reggie gonna leave him in Australia. I'm gonna leave him in Africa. Brother Reggie not bringing him into America.
Let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm saying, shorty, while we out in this rainforest, yo, you ain't got no shoes on, that's cool. We going back to America. Look, you gotta go get a pedicure, right? you gotta get your nails and hair done, right? Put on some perfume, and then I'm gonna take you over my auntie in the house. Because first of all, you can't even get on a plane like that. So and say what y'all want to say. Y'all sitting there looking at me saying, "Uncle is wild." I'm trying to tell you, bro. It's not wild. You cannot be walking around New York without no shoes on, yo.
Uncle, wow.
You want some soft feet, yo. You know, you develop a hustle on your feet when you barefoot for your whole life. You had to get some of that off a little bit, Reggie. You can't just Reggie.
Okay, so let's get to the point. Let's just get to the point. Darwin's statement about savages, I think that you got a little not sugar, but a little savage in your. You got a little savage in yourself because by telling her to get her nails done and that.
Yeah, put some get some deodorant. She got to put some deodorant on. Now you got to get some deodorant on, Reggie. Reggie, you got to have deodorant on, Reggie. You got to put some deodorant on. It's the truth. You got to put some deodorant on, Reggie. We're not going to run around without deodorant on in America.
No. So what you're trying to do?
Well, we come back, right? Then we can go ahead and go back to all that. But right now, I don't need the natural smell. I need some deodorant smell. That's all I'm saying, Reggie. What you saying? I'm wrong.
What I'm saying is
it's the culture. I'm trying to show there was a cultural gap in differences of the way they live.
Yes, it was. But Darwin was a little bit more specific, which you won't say. Darwin is just calling her, yo, dear, you a savage.
No, it's because of the word, yo. The word gets you. It's not that. He wasn't thinking it was evil.
The word is a tell. So instead of just saying, listen, I don't care what the world thinks, you my girl, you worrying about the odorant, but you wasn't worrying about the odorant when you was with her in her territory, in her land.
We can chill in her land. We ain't yelling.
Right. So you was doing, excuse me, y'all, you was doing the nasty. But then
I ain't say I was doing nothing.
Right. But hypothetically, but now how can I say? Basically, you want to put a lipstick on.
Yeah, you had to, because we changing the culture, yo.
Yeah, but
changing culture.
But then that becomes a
problematic.
All of that becomes problematic. But what Darwin was doing, he was in a different time period, right? You acting like a passport bro, right? That's this period. Those periods are a different period, and he did enough of that. He did enough of that to feed into Galton, what Galton was doing.
No, he wasn't, yo.
Okay.
No.
Smash, you listening to this?
He didn't, yo. And that's where everybody mess it up, yo. The book, I just told you what he said. It's all right, let's go to okay, hold on. Why not just go to the scientific racism article? Why not just do that? Let's see what the scientific. Hold on. We just come right here.
Hey, yo, Smash is gonna tackle you. And unfortunately, I'm gonna kick you in the head again. So Smash is gonna be doing.
You gotta talk over me to do that. You gotta talk over me. I'm quick on my feet. Hell of a football player.
It's not a good show. You
a great show for me. Great show for me. Great show for me. If everybody want to lie and be dishonest, then y'all could do that. You know what I'm saying? You know, right? You know what I mean? I'm saying two different cultures there, bro.
Exactly, but
right. So don't play like it's not.
You won't call her savage, but Darwin will.
No, man, he didn't mean it. That's not what it meant.
He ain't mean it.
You get an older dick. No, that's not what it meant. It didn't mean they was dumb and stupid. It didn't mean
like
that,
the Hebrews call us Hamites.
That's different. Okay, that's not what he meant. All right, so y'all got the screen, right? What's the guy name he said? Hold on. Everybody's name is on this daggone thing right here, y'all, ladies and gentlemen. All right, racial theories and physical anthropology, right? Let's come to Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin's views on race have been a topic of much discussion and debate. Now, here's one person. According to Jackson and Windman, Darwin was a moderate in the 19th century debate about race. He was not a confirmed racist, but you said he was. You said he was. This isn't a scientific racism.
No, he's a white. He borders on white supremacy. That's the point, and you're kind of missing.
Okay, let me finish though. But he did look. He did think that there were distinct races that could be ranked in the hierarchy. Now this is two people saying that. Now let's come to the next one. Darwin's influential 1859 book on the origin of species did not discuss human origins. The extended wording of the title, which adds by means of natural selection or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life, uses the general terminology biological races as an alternative for varieties. So he was really talking about varieties of different animals. It says, such as several races, for instance, of cabbage, and does not carry the modern connotation of races. It say in the descent of man and the selection in relation to sex, Darwin examined the question of arguments in favor of and opposed to. It said ranking the so-called races of man as distinct species and reported no racial distinctions. So why is you saying that he thought it was in his work? He says he purports no racial distinctions that would indicate that human races are what? Discrete species. So Darwin knew that. He understood that. Okay. All right. It say, although Darwinism was not the primary source of the belligerent ideology and dogmatic racism of the late 19th century, it did become a new instrument in the hands of theorists of race and struggle. Darwinist mood sustained the belief of Anglo-Saxon racial superiority, which obsessed many American thinkers in the later half of the 19th century. The measure of the world domination already achieved by race seemed to prove it the fittest. So they took his work once again, like I keep saying over and over and over and over again. It's not Darwin.
Yeah,
Darwin didn't mess with slaves. I'm saying, did you see that though? So hold on.
Yeah, I did see that. I'm just
okay. But you gotta hear me though. You gotta hear me. I'm not saying that. You can't say what you're saying.
No,
if I'm sitting here reading it, they said he was none of the stuff you just said he said. You got people saying
his quotes is in his book.
No, man, that's out. That's taken out of context. It's taken out of context.
If I could weigh in, that quote that Reggie, the last quote, the one that he took out of the Descent of Man, it's on page 178.
Read the whole thing.
The whole thing. It goes as such: at some future period, not very distant, as measured by centuries, the civilized races of men will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. At the same time, the anthropomorphous apes will no doubt be exterminated. I don't think you can mince words. That's the end of the quote. I don't think he was mincing words. And clearly, he believed at the end of the 19th century that now that Reconstruction is over and white folks ain't taking care of us no more, we was gonna die.
Oh, you just did that.
Yeah, yeah. Look at what happened. Wait, look at what happened.
Bro, hold on, wait, stop.
Man, Francis Galton, you had brung him up.
Oh my God,
he is the father of the eugenics program.
Who, Darwin?
Galton, Francis Galton. You brought him
Darwin
up.
didn't agree with him.
Even
I just read it. He said I don't agree with him.
Even if he didn't,
if he definitely
influenced the theories that Darwin put forth, influenced the movement that.
But that's the same thing y'all doing when y'all play the Black Egyptian shit and mess it all up. It's not Diop's fault that y'all mess up his words. Come on,
Somebody
dog.
here, somebody's a Karen.
Somebody
Darwin is a Karen.
Somebody reading comprehension is wild.
I can't give Darwin the benefit of the doubt.
You don't gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. His theory proved that anything like that didn't make no sense. You just bit, and then you gave off the tell when you brought your man up right here. This your man. You brought your man up, and you say didn't influence Darwin. I said no, he didn't influence Darwin. Not at all. Darwin went stark against that. As a matter of fact, watch this. Darwin's religious beliefs was against all that because Darwin's religious beliefs said that there's one Genesis. He was a monogenesis, meaning his family taught him as a baby that it was one humanity from the start. So it wasn't even in his mind to think that. And then he comes up with a scientific theory that proves exactly that the outer African theory. Hold on. Let me get this straight here. Let me do this. I just want to make sure I ain't tripping because I always sound like the wild guy. I'm the bad guy, right? Mm-hmm. Let's go right to the outer Africa theory. This is what we're going to do. We're going to the outer Africa theory.
Can we just stay on Darwin?
Nigga, well, so you don't know that the outer Africa theory was started by Darwin?
I'm just saying that we
stand on Darwin. I thought we would stand on Darwin, though. So you don't think we stand on Darwin? Yeah, we stand on Darwin. Here you go. That's
his
fine,
hypotheses was
what?
His
man?
It's not. I'm not against his.
No, but you gotta say what he said though. You can't make it up though.
Theory is now backed up, and Darwin.
That's not the point. Y'all changing the point.
I'm not against that part.
That's
right?
not the point,
but
bro.
To add on to his evolutionary thought.
Yo, what is his evolutionary thought mean?
What he thought was
how? Because you gotta make it make sense.
It's based
make it
in
make
his
sense,
writing.
yo. No, make it. It's not in his writings. You're not reading his writings. You cutting and paste from wild Christians.
No. He referred to Africans as apes, and then
they are apes. They are apes.
Africans
did he say
apes.
gorilla or did he say apes? Did he say gorilla or apes? Because I think Darwin said gorilla.
Can you see the daggone thing, brother? Can you read this for me, brother? You want to read this for me? The history of the theory. We talking about the outer Africa theory. Do I gotta show you up here again? Look.
Yeah, it's the history of the theory that is
the reason outer Africa. Listen, bro.
You got reading comprehension.
Okay, well, I think somebody do. I think somebody do.
The comes later. It's his hypothesis.
Man, listen, man. Look, the cladic relationship of humans with African apes was suggested by Charles Darwin after studying the behavior of African apes, one of which was displayed at the London Zoo. It say that autonomous Thomas Huxley had also supported the hypothesis and suggested that African apes have a close evolutionary relationship with humans. It say these views were opposed. Now, it was opposed by the German biologist Ernest Haeckel, who was a proponent of the outer Asia theory. We don't want to do that. Now, Haeckel argued that humans were more closely related to primates of Southeast Asia and rejected Darwin's African hypothesis. This is a scientific hypothesis, right? So y'all saying he's a known racist. He thinks humans are different, but yet he made a theory that they witness against all of that. I don't believe y'all. I think somebody's messing up. Let me finish. This is work now. Let's read his work. I don't want to hear what another person is saying. It says, in The Descent of Man, Darwin speculated that humans had descended from apes, which still had small brains but walked upright, freeing their hands for using which favored intelligence. He thought such apes were African. Listen, man, we got a problem here, yo. We definitely got a problem here. And I'm going to tell you what this problem is. Reggie, I heard you. Reggie, I've been through this conversation a million times. I get it. Y'all say he's a known racist. Bet. Let me check the box. He's a known racist. Check. Now, why was these people racist? Because they actually thought that people of color were inferior. People of color couldn't think, didn't have no intelligence. They felt like they was better. Now, on the other hand, it was Charles Darwin's theory that said completely the difference. So now y'all gonna have to convince me that a man that circumnavigated the globe, ran across a lot of different indigenous people, and actually talked about how these indigenous people were just as intelligent as he was and any other white person, that all of a sudden he's a wild racist. Then he's a racist that comes with the outer Africa theory. He's a racist that learns that humans are the same and there's no distinct race. He was raised to say humans ain't no difference. He was raised against slavery. All his writings say that, and then you pick out a couple writings and mischaracterize it, and then tell me that that's wild for me. Like that's a wild guy. That's the wildest guy ever. That I don't get it. That's wild. That's wild.
I put you on a big screen.
Yeah, you got me. Y'all got me, dog. Y'all got me.
I put you on a big
I'm
screen.
wild. Y'all wild.
Man,
Hey, brother Rob. We should be able to think this through, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Rob. So you're telling me that the person that figured out that humans came from Africa, you telling me the guy was raised against slavery, that his grandfather and them started the Aboriginal movement in a area. They got the symbol with the black man on it. So he in his household looking at the symbol with the black man on it, breaking chains. You saying he's a known race. His church say, yo, he's raised in religious atmosphere that say, yo, we one people. I'm just trying to say, how? I see you ain't nobody and no school going this hard, whatever. We doing it. We going all the way in because it's the religious thinking. Brother Rob, you start off good. Now your black algae is kicking in.
Oh, that's what Hawass does to it.
No, I can separate the two.
You can't. Man. Help me out, Rob. Help me out. How does a person come up with listen? The reason, wait a minute, did you read? Hold on. Look, okay. Let me go at this different way. Hold on. I want to do this.
I just gave you my preference right at first.
You try hard.
With Christoph Minus. Right?
Yeah, but he's wild. Get him. He's wild guy. They wild guys. Yeah, get him. So look, yo, this is what you gonna do. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. Look at this. Yeah, come on. So, black algae. That's a black algae statement on the screen.
Is this on Sarnetta's show or is this on House of Consciousness?
This on House. This ain't on Sarnetta's show. It's House of Consciousness. Oh, this means your show. So listen. Here you go. Can y'all see the screen?
Yeah. But
scientific. Hold on. We're gonna read it and then I'm gonna let you talk. Scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, is the pseudoscientific belief that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racism, racial discrimination, racial inferiority, and racial superiority. So we already know when Charles Darwin circumnavigated the globe, he knew this was wild and crazy, because he had the empirical evidence to prove it was pseudoscientific. Not nobody else, but this guy. This guy is directly responsible for the theory of evolution by way of natural selection. This guy is responsible for stepping up in the face of adversity and saying that, dog, they just like us. They the same. He the one that said that. He the one that went against the known quote unquote science of the day. That's Darwin. So y'all sitting there trying to convince me that this guy, that's like saying Martin Luther King was a daggone racist. How?
Oh, the Magi? Oh, shoot. The Magi's in the building. Oh, Magi's in the building.
All right. So I just want to get a chance. That's cool. You done?
I'm super done. What's going on, Magi? How you doing, brother?
Hotel was just watching, clowning in the crowd.
I know.
Peace, good brother. Yeah. So this is my issue with not my issue, but what I was trying to show was that there was a connection between Christoph Miners and Charles Darwin. A lot of the things that Christoph Miners wrote in his book, that's 1815, Charles Darwin echoes in terms of like when he is talking about us. So a lot of my research, I gotta be honest, you know, I am looking at the black angle. You know, how do you characterize us?
Oh man,
that's the truth.
So how did he characterize it? How did he?
And when I look at Charles Darwin, put him under the microscope, right? Man, the man was racist inherently, and a lot of his views were. And socially, from science, it transferred socially. I can make an argument that the opioid crisis is based on how white women were treated at the doctor versus how black women are treated at the doctor. I can literally make that argument right now. And that goes along with how scientific racism is tied into the social dynamic, if you will. You feel what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying?
I do.
Nah, y'all smarter than me, yo. Y'all smarter than me.
I do.
I can admit it. I can admit it when y'all got y'all smarter than me on that. Yeah, I don't see it, but y'all see something.
Darwinism.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I agree with
yeah.
Brother
I mean,
Rob.
Darwinism, scientifically speaking, yeah, you should always go with the corn that grows stronger than the corn that died for weed grow next to it. But when you're talking about people, right, and then the social conditions, even though he does take a somewhat different stance than other people,
moderate.
He changed the whole damn thing. What is y'all talking about? It was just him.
Well, a whole movement in that case.
No, he changed the whole thing, bro.
Although it was twisted, a whole movement had black women getting hysterectomies and they was going to the doctor for a sore throat. Yes, man.
So you saying, let me get this straight. So you saying Adolf Hitler, who don't even understand evolution, like everybody seem like they not understanding, can take it and do something wild with it, and then Darwin get the blame for it after he did because they didn't understand it? Is that how we doing it? All right, okay.
No,
if y'all think that's good for y'all, all right.
What I'm saying is that
I heard you.
You can't hate the limbs and not hate the root.
What?
You want to put all of the blame on Germany and Nazis and you know.
No, you pulled the man up. You pulled the dude up.
The root of it is Darwin.
So why they hide it then, yo? Nobody says that, but some religious people. Nobody actually says that. Really, yo? Like all jokes, it'd be some wild people who scared of evolution, or some dedicated black ologists who just gotta blame somebody. This man, y'all wouldn't even know y'all came from Africa if not for that. Y'all wouldn't have known.
I mean,
y'all have still been arguing. You'd have still been arguing, dude.
Would you say that Darwin was a respected person in his time?
I would say Charles Darwin's grandfather, his wife, they would have threw that nigga out the house if he started talking. Anything that y'all saying, he got to put out the house. So he must have been a closet racist.
Nah,
you would say he's a respected person in society at that time, though.
You guys don't go nowhere. This gonna get ugly.
Right? You're a respected person in society at that time, right?
No, yo, what you mean? His based off his work. Based off his work for black people, yo.
No, I'm saying Charles Darwin himself. He was a respected person in society, wouldn't you say?
Based off of the work that his father and them did, his grandfather, they started an abolitionist movement.
His work was kind of famed now.
Nah, his work made him look like a monkey, dog. They hated his work because he killed the Bible with it. It killed.
What is it called?
Wait, are you serious right now? Do you not know that human beings was... Listen, bro.
Sir Isaac Newton is a part of it.
No, we got
it's the natural something. Damn. Darwin definitely, his work was respected there.
No,
I'm about to tell you the name of the society. Hold on.
You talking about You know what I'm talking about, man. The daggone whatchamacallit, and then Britain, not Britain, but
in London.
the Royal Society, the Royal Society.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
London.
Advancement of science, something like that.
Nah, man, they was fighting them, man. They was all fighting them, yo. They had you can read the
his
whole
work
article
was
on scientific
respected.
racism.
Hey, can you and you should be parched. You did a live show. Can you go get a drink of water for a second, or
I ain't posh. I'm right here, bro. I'm drinking. What's up?
you don't have to go to the bathroom or anything like that.
Shut up, Reggie.
You know, Smash is here. He waiting.
What's Smash gonna do? I'm listening. Smash can talk. He got the floor.
Yeah, he don't want to be in. He professional.
I'm not gonna interrupt him.
Can I share the screen?
Absolutely.
Reggie, you hella stupid.
Absolutely.
Over there
Share
talking about, because I'm just
Share the
going back.
screen.
I'm just taking this back to Kemet one time, 6th Dynasty, when Pepe died, right? And they wrote in his pyramid, they wrote this text. It says, face falls on face because of the black skin, shoe picks up. A lot of us could read Metal Nature, and we can look into the text right here where they have the Kim indicating the color of his skin and the word for skin right here. We went over this hella times. We go over this often. And as far as Pepe was concerned, he had no problem with being considered black by their definition of his physical description. I don't know if we have any contention with this.
Not at all.
I think. I thought
Dr. Hawass need that.
There was some contention.
Yeah.
What? No, that's not true. How am I have contention with that when they'd have cussed you out? If you'd have said what you said, Reginald, they'd have cussed you out because they didn't know what the hell we was talking about when we said black. They wouldn't have had no idea. All that stuff we got with that, they don't know that. That's an anachronism. I already read that. The experts say the same thing. That's something Smash bringing up. But I don't think Smash is trying to apply our racial connotation to that. Are you, Smash?
Nah, y'all know better than that. We know we don't commit anachronisms. But the fact is, they chose the color black to describe this knee suit as he was being picked up by the god, the nature shoe. And so when we talk about even the Hawass angle is knocked down right there with one text that I would ask Hawass, let's read this, let's go in. And he would be, I mean, no matter what his prowess is, the text gonna say the same thing. He's gonna be faced with explaining how Shu picked up Pepe's black skin when Pepe was so-called not black.
Right. And then you would have to pick up the next 4 dynasties behind him because that's all his lineage. You know what I mean? So that would be a really tough way to get that. I don't see how you get out of that. Yeah.
But I guess I'm sorry. I'm a little bit confused now. First of all, I apologize. Somehow I got kicked out of the chat, and so I apologize for that. So I was gone for a while. Kept trying to get back in. But I'm a little bit confused. I know we've kind of circled back from Darwin back to the original discussion, it looks like. But I thought, Brother Ankh, you were saying that this black, this symbol for Kemet or for the skin color that the brother just brought up.
The what? That's the what?
This statement that's on this that we're seeing right now.
Okay.
And this term black skin. I thought you were saying, and maybe Brother Rob also were saying that could be brown or could be some mulatto color also.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say nothing about that like that. What I said was they came in brilliant skin colors. What I said.
What I was saying was,
I guess
they depicted themselves in whatever hue that they were at that time. And
he missed all that, yo.
And it was supposed to be for eternity.
You missed the picture Reggie showed?
No, I saw, and then I got cut off somewhere in between.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
we're just dealing with one particular term, just for some clarity on both sides. We just still dealing with one particular term here, Kim. That indicate now. If you said you thought Ankh said that, it's probably because if you said it or not, the semantic range of Kim isn't limited to just black, as many of us would tell us that it would include, for instance, there was no word for brown. So it really would be more accurately described as dark or darker. But in the instance when that don't make sense, like because Shu picked up the darker skin, no, this is a scholarly translation from the TLA where they reference to go with saying his skin was black. And so now they're only giving us a rendering of what the ancient Egyptians said, meaning it wouldn't have had this black word, it had this word Kim. But in archaeology, it's still saying the same thing in their language.
And it is, and of course, in this case, you can look at the determinative, right? Whether you want to say it's charcoal, you want to go crazy and say it's the alligator foot, but it don't look like that, right? You have the Kim for the black, and you have the Inim, right, for the skin with the determinative of hair, right? So this is a great piece that certainly Hawass would have to deal with. And even if you want to say it's dark or you want to be brown, in this particular case, it's moving way more to black because of the hair, right? And now they're tying in the skin, so you can't. Now it's real difficult. And then, like the other brother, I think Brother Rob said, you have the other generations. You have Pepiant Kim, right? You have Tetiant Kim, who was a son that died, right? And so you have this whole dynasty, of family, making black sacred, right? Making black sacred. So there you go. That's
well, I'm just saying it's only an attestation to bring forth to speak towards the illegalness of us saying that the ancient Egyptians was black. It's supposed to be right now. Pretty soon it will be illegal. They working on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if we do the primary research, we find multiple instances. I never found the instance of. I haven't found in my limited research the instance of no collective term as some put forth. But I over and over again remind us that we have these attestations like this when I think it's useful, because it seemed like it's useful tonight, because it seemed like we're saying that we make some mistake calling the ancient Egyptians black.
And that's the point I was also getting to. So I appreciate you as an expert coming in to kind of clear it up.
I'm not an expert, but yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, I'm not saying it facetiously. I think you are.
No, the point was black exclusively. That was the point. It's not, like trying to think of one that Ramses II, right? Is well known that he was like uncomplexion. He wasn't super dark. You see what I'm saying?
All right. Let's just keep it a buck here, because I ain't an expert, right? But this is the fruits of my own research. Like, let's look at what we all do. Like Reggie do metal netter, Ankh, you do science. I'm putting on the screen the fruits of my research. I went and found this and brought it to y'all and showed y'all where it was at. So it's not equal to none. It's not. This ain't like putting wiki on the screen and reading the shit and then laughing when the person say, and when I'm humble and saying I'm not an expert. And when the brother referred to me, we do two different things. I learned how to read. What scientific language you know how to read? So I'm not about to turn up, but in all actuality, let's be honest.
I read the language of science, man. I read the language of science. I do.
You really don't.
In English. I really do. I do this. The same way you do, bro. I do this.
Everybody here you read, and to say you read the language of science.
Listen, I do. I understand.
Going off on a limb here.
No, I'm not going off on a limb. I'm saying that you twisting it right now. And since we're here, let's just be here. Let's just say what we really mean. What I'm saying is, you introducing that term, you can't mean race, because we just read the experts from Wikipedia, but if they was on Wikipedia and they was experts, Smash, and they said you can't do it.
No,
they
that
said
wasn't. First of all, you didn't cite one expert on Wiki. You just read the article.
No,
you got to know that
I
normal
didn't.
people
I
scribe
didn't.
Wiki. It's not
I did
scribed by
not.
PhDs.
No,
you know that?
man. I showed you PhDs that said that. Smash. Come on, dog.
Where they at?
Come on, dog. Come on,
You just read the Wiki.
No, I didn't just read the Wiki.
It's not cool to
no,
do.
I didn't.
I pulled out my own research and showed you where on the ancient Egyptian walls they actually referred to themselves.
Yeah,
as
but
black.
but you know they didn't mean that.
Well, you
gotta know that.
Why do you say they didn't mean that?
They didn't mean it was a race. That's not being Egyptian.
Whoever said
you're talking race. You're talking race. We're talking color. We're talking skin color,
bro.
Y'all not talking skin color because the experts already said they range in skin color.
Source says black skin. This is what I'm saying.
But if you're saying what I'm saying, you just confirm what I said. And you just confirm what the experts say if you're saying what I'm saying. Now, if you're not saying what I'm saying, then we diabolically against each other.
No, look. The
you
source
get my point,
black
right?
skin. So how could you avoid that they talk about skin color? If I show you the definition of this word anim here, it literally means skin color.
That's not what I mean.
So I'm trying to understand it.
Right, watch this. I read a source that said the skin color of the Egyptians ranged from dark to light. I agree with that. You go verify it in your own work that says here's a dark or black skinned Egyptian. So we're on the same page. We're in consort with the experts. The issue will be this, and this is where the rubber will meet the road. I'm not saying because you got brown to light skin that you're a black person, like we know, like the race of black race, like people play this game. I'm saying that your skin color ranges, and the term race is a pseudoscientific term. This is where we always get confused, and I'm glad we're right here because I'm
never bring in. You the only one who bring in the word race.
So then, wait a minute. So, Reginald, I don't know where you was at. I know where you at, Smash. So, Smash, I agree that you found a text that corroborates the UNESCO findings and collaborates the Brooklyn Museum. But we know that they are scientific institutions right there. So, in the scientific institutions, they're not talking about race. So now that we all know that we're not talking about race, we just talking about the skin color, then we safe. So, Reginald, you're just talking about the skin color, right? That's it.
See, I'm following you, but I'm a little confused. Look, do you see this? Look at this term on the screen.
Say the skin of man.
The ancient Egyptian definition for it is skin color.
Right.
So I don't understand how there's some confusion over whether they're talking about this. Show me where I'm puzzled. Because this is look. This is the term. You see that fish and that reed leaf, the knife in the end, you're gonna see the same term would say skin color here, skin of a man, used right here. Look,
I got a super quick.
So they definitely talking about his skin color.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but they're not.
Like super quick question, G.
You gonna ask a question in the middle of that?
Hey, could you flip back? I just want to know what the WB stand for, so that
it's in the word bush. So if you want to find the source, you look up the Word of Bush, book 1.
Right.
Thank you for asking in case people want to look up those sources. But where you was at, huh? Go ahead. My bad.
I'm right here. I'm gonna show you how I think we can get some breakthrough today. I think you can. So we have already established, without a shadow of a doubt, what scientific racism was. Right? It was based off your daggone skin color making you a whole separate race. The same thing that James be promoting. James be promoting scientific racism. Clearly, he says that white people's a different race. They're different species. That's scientific racism. There's no empirical evidence to promote that. All right. So now we just come to the rating. I mean, my fault. Come right to this right here. Let me see. You support their statement. We come to the Egyptian race controversy, right? And we scroll down. Hold on. We scroll down. Let me get to position of modern scholarship, right? When we get to position of modern scholarship, and we read some of it, right? And the main thing they came up to, they didn't disagree that they had dark the light skin. Nobody says that's not. It becomes an issue when we try to overemphasize all the Egyptians having dark skin, or all the Egyptians having light skin, or the fact that they have dark skin makes them Egyptian, and the fact that they have light skin color, they're not an Egyptian. That's a problem. Or the fact that you try to play the game of race. You said you're not playing the game of race. You're not saying that all Egyptians one skin color. So you are agreeing with the scholars, bro. You just went and verified. I'm pretty sure they read the same text you read, bro.
You know what? I'm pretty sure they probably either overlooked it, omitted it, or hadn't. So this, I'm not saying nothing to my prowess. We have tools that weren't available back then that'll allow us to do more speed searching. And so again, in the light of what you just said, bro, I have to ask, can I share my screen again?
You're great. You don't gotta ask that.
I mean, I'm just saying, because I need to keep on pulling up these texts that we.
I got you.
Oh, where am I at? Because when we, here we go, like this.
Go ahead, I got you.
Because you said, when we talk about race, I share this one to get us back in the frame of mind that, yeah, we right. They wasn't doing that. But this is from the great hymn to the now. As we know, we went over this. Now, this is happy first, who comes with treasures, who adorns the land, who restores the color of the people's skin. Now, we ain't tripping, right? We just seeing that they noticing again in these early times about the differences in the people's skin or what have you. But you got to remember when we get to, excuse me, I want to show you this other slide, so let me pull out of here. When we get to Mentuhotep, and the one I'm about to try to reference is when he says, a people are of one skin. And so again, we don't use that to say they was getting racist, but again, we got to remember that some of these precursors was in society when they started to notice things. So I'm looking for that text, but I know y'all kind of recall that we went over that a few times. Yeah, and so I'm just saying, what I'm speaking for again is this so-called movement to make people stop saying the word black in regard to ancient Egypt. Basically, whether you participated in some Arab propaganda mission that's going on right now, you inadvertently are by telling people that they can't say the terms black. And then I seen you now when you talk science, because you in the sciences, I said it. And when we was banging, I said you don't know the language of science. We just banging. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm really saying is, not in that regard, I'm just omitting that statement. What I'm really saying is I don't really a lot of the scientific conversations I stay away from, and I approach things from a sense of philology. I'm looking through the text, how they use the words, and how they use them in actual context. And whether or not they had a social construct or whatever, I'm not the most poised in that. I presume they didn't. But I do know after we show over and over again, individuals use this term black to represent themselves and to talk about their personal, what they call physical appearance. And so I just think it's kind of like it's not helping. It's confusing people to think that that saying black, Egypt was black, is something wrong.
Okay, all right. No, you can't add them without a source because I'm coming with a source. If you at this point, we at the point where we ain't talking no more. So I'm talking about Frank J. Joku outlined in a 1989 article that insert the ancient Egypt, like modern Egypt, consisted of a very heterogeneous population. It says he also wrote in 1990, when you talk about Egypt, it's just not right to talk about black or white. He said to take the terminology here in the United States and draft it onto Africa is what? Anthropologically inaccurate. It say Yurko added that we are applying a racial divisionness to Egypt that they would never have accepted. It say they would have considered this argument absurd And that is something we could really learn from. It's Urco wrote in 1996 that the peoples of Egypt, the Sudan, and much of Northeast Africa are generally regarded as Nilotic community with widely ranging physical features, complexions light to dark, various hair, and cranial fractal types. So I'm facial types, like that's what they say. Then
But
he
he's
goes,
not analyzing the text.
Let me finish.
Where's
Now,
he
okay,
analyzing
Reggie, let me
the text?
finish, Reggie, then you can talk. Gramuel Morel, editor of UNESCO. So now he's the editor of UNESCO. He don't know what the fuck he talked about neither. General History of Africa wrote in 1990 that it is more than probable that the African strand, so he's calling them African strand, black or light, right, is predominant in ancient Egypt, but in the present state of our knowledge, it is impossible to say more. Okay, so y'all going past all the stuff. That's fine, dog. Like I said, but I had to say.
Like Reggie was right, because I'm gonna share the screen
Reggie
right back and knock that right out. And let me show you how Wiki don't stand up to primary attestations. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure we just running past UNESCO now.
No, we're not. Let me show you something. I was 3. I'm 48. I was 3 when they had UNESCO, and you still referring to it in 2023 as if that's where you're supposed to go to get that information. Think about that, bro.
Because they right though.
45 years of research has transpired that you leaving out.
No, yeah, but you have to overthrow the race thing then.
Well, see, they didn't have text like this that I'm about to share with you.
Nah, but
they would have had to consider.
Okay, so I got you.
This text right here that say people are of the same skin. We can't get away from that. If they would have had this text to put on the debate, if it wasn't a debate, it was a symposium. And if they had this text to scrutinize, wouldn't they have said, well, hold up now? We see a text that says people are of the same skin, while we saying they didn't have no concept of race.
They didn't, bro.
But what does this mean then?
I don't know. It can't mean that. And if it did,
why couldn't it? Just because the dude you just read says it couldn't?
No, because the whole
philology. We have to form our own opinions when looking at the text. Now, if you're looking at an ancient Egyptian person who in the 11th dynasty said, you know what? A friendly hand is that which is beloved. People are of the same skin. We would go into the primaries to look at each of this term, and we see this one. Is this really accurate for skin color? Well, yes, it is accurate for skin color. Now we go to the next one, poo. Okay, that is. Does that mean that is this a particle? Yes, it does. Okay, so then we're going to go to why. Does that mean one? Yes, it means one. You feel me? So whatever they were saying, they said people are in one skin. Now this says human beings. So they said you could translate that different and tell me how that wouldn't give us the underlying precursors to race. Now, the reason why you keep handicapping yourself is because you're using data from 1974 as if that's the prevailing view on the race argument. And it's not. I mean, again, because they ain't analyzed data like this, are the other things that people in this text corpus put forth that say, hold up, this is a physical attribute indication in that name. And so I'm just asking you, bro, for real.
I'm going back.
Trying to win. I'm saying, how could you be with the logic that I know you to have? How could you be saying that a person in ancient Egypt who said people are of the same skin, you can't say that wouldn't go in the classification of category of eventually leading to race or what have you?
Yeah, because at the Cairo Symposium, they're actually the first people to make a statement in 1950 that invalidates race. And so they wouldn't use that term. They wouldn't use black or white to determine the ethnicity of the Egyptians. And the fact that you're doing that is an anachronism.
No, that's not even what I'm doing.
That's exactly what you. Well, that's our argument.
Notice how you're not responding to what I'm saying.
I don't know what I am responding to.
Don't say
what
black
you're saying.
or white. Do y'all see my screen? The screen say people are of the same skin.
So what does that mean?
How they will get out of that one?
I know. Get out of what?
It says people are the same skin. So if your skin different than mine, you ain't the same people as me.
But Reggie just sold the text where they had different color skin. So what does that mean?
Regardless,
no people of the same skin. But it's something wrong right there, though. Smash.
No. This is not how we do that type of research. This is
Smash.
why. Look, we're looking at what this person thought.
It don't matter what that person thought.
You can't skip to
so it doesn't matter what the people say about themselves?
No, it don't matter what they say because
Amen and mixing that in. He was alive 500 years later.
Hold on,
At the
wait.
time when Mentuhotep wrote this, there was no Tutankhamun, the text that Rezi used. So what did he think is what we're analyzing.
Reggie, Smash, there is no human beings that got the same skin color, yo. It's all variations.
I'm with all of that.
So what you think he's saying then?
No, that's for you to answer because I'm telling you.
I don't have to answer that.
So I'm saying it like this way. These are the precursors, these observations that ancient people made regarding skin color are the precursors to what eventually became known as race. But at this time when he just figuring out and he like, yo, he think it's profound enough to write it on a stela. You feel me? First of all, he ain't just scrabbling. They scrubbed this in stone, and they put people.
No, talking about
the difference is.
Whoa, hold on, Reggie. Ain't no damn. Hold on, Reggie. So then wait, Reggie, or get the fuck up out of it then, because you know where we at right now. So I don't need you diving in right now. We're in the middle of the fucking street, Reggie. Last time I checked. Now let me make this point super clear.
You ain't saying shit.
Hey, Smash. Hey, Smash. Smash. Check this out, though, Smash.
What's up?
That, first of all, 4,100 miles of the river, yo, they thing was regional, yo. So that didn't apply to all of Kemet. I know you ain't saying that. It applied to him and who the hell he was talking to or his particular family. First of all, and are you trying to say that that's the precursor to race?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Okay,
I say you can't prove that. I say you can't prove that, Smash.
No,
you can't say that.
It would be obvious for us to at least assume.
I'm not assuming nothing.
Noticing, I'm just saying when a person says people are of the same skin, please give another definition that can ring true to what he's talking about.
Well, if they don't have that,
then, bro?
I don't know. But if they don't have race, if they don't have the connotation of race, no, I know you can. Because you're a dedicated suit already. So I'm expecting you to support that. I'm saying that there is no evidence that the Nile Valley Africans had the same connotation as race. And
I never said that. You keep doing me like that. You know I never. You trying to get me in the way you get other people, but I never argue that.
You arguing right now, though.
No,
you arguing right now.
You know what the precursors are. I use these unique words and that's not a unique word.
I know what precursor is.
It's helping to define my stance. I'm saying.
Can I show a source?
No, but just let us finish this out because I ain't even got started, Reggie. Like in order for us to at least see what we need to see to form some of these conclusions, right? Yeah, let me do this one last thing, Reggie.
What's your premise, though? I'm trying to figure out what's your premise. Let me tell you what mine is. That first of all, no human beings on planet Earth is one skin color. So I know you're not trying to say that. Second of all, everybody clearly says that the Egyptian range in skin color. Third of all, when you say black, what do you mean? What exactly do you mean?
Smart stuff that they taught you falls apart.
I'm asking you, what do you mean? No, I need to know what you mean,
bro.
Hey, hold on.
Before exactly what I mean.
No, you got to tell me first and then back it up.
What I mean. This is what I mean.
What do you mean?
Look at this. Do y'all see the screen? Can y'all see it yet?
No, not yet.
I'm adding it.
Okay. It says, this is what I mean, Bob. Look, it says Anim.
Can't see it.
Look, it says Anim. Oh, as soon as Reggie get it right for me.
Damn it.
Reggie, y'all got me yet?
I tried. Yeah, it's up.
All right, now it says Anim coloring. All right, this is from the Amarna period. So that's what they're talking about. This is from the east entrance or whatever, the west wall of the great hymn to the sun. Another text, if you line this up with the last one, what you say starts to crumble. Their skin color is different for you distinguished foreigners. Now, if that can't say it no clearer.
I know. So why are you telling me that though?
Because you don't understand.
How I don't understand
it was there.
No, they seen skin. They seen difference in skin color. You can see it on the Egyptian wall.
Ain't that what race is? What is race besides that?
No, that's just saying.
So you're telling me categorizing people by their differences in skin color and phenotype for you to distinguish foreigners ain't race?
So you don't want to play this game with me, Smash. I promise you, dog.
I just asked.
You don't want to do that. No, because I can show you right in Egyptian text, whether I can read the shit or not, where they say their skin color is just like people in the Levant. Do we really want to do it? I don't want to do it, but I'll do it. Okay, so let me go there then. Why are we playing?
I showed you 3 or 4 texts from primary.
So I'm gonna show you one. So I'm gonna show you one text. I'm gonna show you one text, Smash. And you go break it down, but I'm gonna start here though. I want to start here first though. First of all, I want to show and prove that skin color don't got nothing to do with being an Egyptian. That's some shit we doing.
Nah,
let's get this straight.
I ain't doing that though.
We're not.
Whoa! Hold on.
We talking about that's not what none of us doing.
I thought we talked about the Egyptian. Hold on, excuse me.
We are. Look, you know we doing really.
No, what we doing?
That's why we don't We don't understand each other.
Yeah,
practices.
what we doing? I thought we were trying to
practice is looking over ancient texts
and doing what?
How they use terms in their own context. It's called philology. You see what I'm saying? So I pulled out 3 texts from my field that I'm trying to go in. I'm not trying to be a linguist, but I love looking at ancient Egyptian texts. And so I pulled up 3 texts of what 3 different people said at 3 different time periods in ancient Egypt. And one of them said, yo, their skin color is different for you to distinguish foreigners.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I never said that was a race, Bob. You know I didn't say that.
I know that's not what I just said just now. That's not what I just said. I didn't say nothing about that. I didn't. So if you're not talking about race, then we talking about the same thing, Smash. So if we talking about the same thing, why are you fighting?
The precursors.
Why are we fighting?
The precursors.
So that's the precursor to what though?
To race is starting to identify and classify things by certain phenotypical taxonomy.
Okay, so I'm saying I can show you a text that said that they was likened to the Palestinians some damn way, and that ain't fair, is it?
You know,
I'm great. Fine, I got it right here.
I'm guaranteeing.
Go ahead. Okay, put $2 on it. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, don't trip. Something gonna happen. Watch this.
I don't think it was gonna happen. I'm gonna let you keep shooting. Watch.
Okay, I just want to. So Uncle's gonna show something.
You read it in the book too, Reggie. You just being wild right now. You read the book. Stop.
Yeah.
Hold on. What is it gonna say? Hold on, because I know you got books, Bob.
I want to hear.
What is it gonna say?
What's it gonna say? I just want to show my source. So from the hymn of Aten.
Oh, right? Now y'all. So hold on. Let me get this straight. So y'all, what I'm thinking y'all doing is y'all diving through the text to show that the precursor to racism is the Egyptians. I want to make sure this is what we're saying right now.
Nobody's saying that.
Racism.
What we doing? I just get it clear. No, hold on, Reggie. So what you saying then? You saying the precursor to racism, right? Or color racism? What? That's what you saying? I'm just trying to figure it out. I want to make sure we're clear. Hold on, Reggie. Smash. So you reading the text to show us the precursor to racism, the first couple that how it's starting a racism, or what? I just want to make sure. Why are you reading these texts saying that? To do what?
So right here, I just looked up precursor. It says a person or thing that comes before another of the same kind.
Of the same thing. Right. So I just said it right. So I said it right.
It's just like it was not race. Just like race came before racism in the sense. You can't have racism without race, right?
Like
you can't have race without racism.
It's the precursor. So you saying the precursor.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's race. It was
I know you ain't.
Step before race, but because they started
race.
Identifying these differences.
Okay.
That's all
Can I show my?
I know, but you do know once you get into race, that's pseudoscientific. So now we're saying the Egyptians were pseudoscientific then, because we definitely couldn't apply that.
Nobody's saying that either.
Yeah, race
if it's the
I
know, but if it's the precursor, it's the precursor to the pseudoscientific term called race.
Well, look,
okay, it would have to be. It could be nothing else, though.
Look, just feel me. What comes before something ain't the product of what comes after it. Yeah. Many people can take a sound science and make a pseudoscience from it. You see that people can say, okay, yeah, we noticing differences. The pseudo is the one who say, I'm better than him because of these differences. You see, and ancient Egyptians never did that. That's all I'm saying. They never went.
So in 4,100, 500 years, you find 3 texts with 3 separate people being in different areas, and you saying that applied to the whole fourth. What are you saying, Smash?
No,
That's
I'm
not
saying
even realistic.
First of all, when any type of person look through ancient texts, they only have a limited corpus of what they can get a glimpse into the cultural or the political or the social view of the society. And so it wouldn't be my mistake. That's how they do it. They look into a text and say, okay, this is a glimpse into the view. We know everyone wouldn't have shared this view, but we can see we isolated that this individual had this view. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Can I
go ahead? Yeah, go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie.
All right. So great. All right. Hopefully this will help. Okay, so we're gonna start here where it says,
or muddy it up.
Under 8. The lands of Kor and Cush, and the land of Egypt, you have set every man in his place. You have allotted their needs, every one of them according to his diet, and his lifetime is counted out. Tongues are separate in speech, right? And their characters as well. Their skins are different, for you have differentiated the foreigners. So
their tongues and their skins are different. That's interesting.
Yeah, their tongues and has set every man in his place. So what the ancient Egyptians are saying is both their tongue. Let me just do this, and their tongue. Wait, let me just do this. Their characters as well. Their skins are different, for you have differentiated the foreigners. So you have separated the ancient Egyptians from the foreigners, right? So this is a phenotypical ethnic differentiation, right? That they are different than other groups of people. Now, when you add the meta-nature that Smash says, you get a bigger picture. If Shekanta Diop and Obenga had this in UNESCO, it would have been a complete wrap, because all they would have to say, their skins are different than the foreigners. And then there's nothing.
And that's what they wanted to test. They wanted to test that also.
There's nothing else to say or to do, right? The ancient Egyptians said out of their own mouth. So I was just trying to find the meta-nature for it, because I wanted to see where they say actually, and their skins are different. So the ancient Egyptian skins are different.
And why are they different? It says why they're different. Why does it say they're different, Reggie?
And what is that difference?
It says at the next line. What does it say? Why are the skins different, Reggie?
Well, you have differentiated the foreigners.
So differentiating the foreigners by skin ain't an indication of a precursor to race. I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah, I don't either. But not only do the Egyptians say they were
black,
you
do
but
know.
also
You do know. So we getting back to race. I'm not gonna let y'all run me off that.
I'm not trying to run you off, but can you let us stop? Can you let us speak?
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on.
You want to let people finish it. Let's
let Bobby go. But look, I made the Netaru take that source about the book, so you're not gonna find it. But go ahead.
No, I got it. I'm going to read it. But I want to go ahead, Reggie. I just want to make sure we ain't talking about race. So we ain't talking about race. So if we ain't talking about race,
precursors. Remember the thing
we talking
that
about
come before it.
So we saying
the things that come before it. That's what we're saying. Yeah.
So we talking about the precursors.
You just haven't read
to
enough.
We talking about. I don't need to read no. Listen, I don't have to read no Egyptian text to talk about race and what it is and what it is not.
Yeah, because
and so if the Egyptians, hold on, I'm gonna let you talk. So if the minds of the people was distinguishing the race, okay, they were pseudoscientific, and that doesn't help y'all case at all.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
These are ancient
All it does,
Egyptians.
hold on, listen, hold on. It doesn't help your point.
In the next step.
No, I know, but
their
hold on.
step, they hadn't went that far.
So used to saying they was doing, everybody know, everybody distinguish different colors. That's the experts agree to that. Our argument is that the quote unquote Egyptians, that it wasn't a race. That's the point. That you can't be in the Nile Valley and say that was a race. Hold on. Hold on. And then American Negroes cannot say that they ancient Egyptians or never was. That's what you can't say. Now, I don't know why y'all fight that hard for it.
I never heard us talk about that tonight.
He did.
Changing the subject.
I wasn't here. I'm
okay, hey, Ronald, so you don't think your ancestors was Egyptians? Ronald?
I think they were Egyptians?
Yeah, Ronald, your ancestors.
My ancestors obviously came from Africa as far as I can go
No,
back.
No. I'm asking you a direct question. And I'm going to ask everybody. We're going to get this clear. I sat back and played possum. So now let's get it in. Ronald, do you think your ancestors, right, your direct ancestors are Nile Valley?
So let me say this. I've done the DNA test.
Sound like you ducking.
I'm not ducking you.
Just say yes or no, bro. No, they don't.
Some answers have to be nuanced.
No, I think you should just give me the answer. No, this is what I need from you.
But I'm trying to give you the background.
No. I'm asking you, listen.
I'm trying to give you the background of the answer.
No, I don't want to hear no damn background. I want you to give me the answer first. No, that's not the problem. Give me the answer. Hold on. Give me the answer first, then flam your way out of your answer. I don't have a problem with that. I want to hear your answer first.
I'll say yes.
You can say yes. Thank you.
So now let me finish. So I've done the 23andMe. I've done the 23andMe. I've done the 23andMe.
Appreciate
test, DNA test.
Everybody knows.
Why don't you let that man talk? I gave that man I told that man he could say his point.
Me the question.
I'm gonna get to you next, Reggie. I'm gonna get to you next. Let Ronald.
Let me finish.
Ronald. Hey, Ronald. Why you doing me like that, Ronald?
Come on, man.
Hold on, Ronald. Why you doing me like that, Ronald?
What do you mean?
Because I shut the hell up. Right, you gave me the answer clear, and I said, "Bro, absolutely, you can explain." I said you was gonna flam your way out of your answer. Reggie dove in and cut you off. It wasn't me, bro.
That's Reggie. That's Reggie. I was talking to Reggie. I wasn't.
Okay, but it looked like you was talking to me because you was looking at me.
No, you looking.
Well, you're the only one on the screen. You're the only one on the screen. I mean, come on, don't get triggered by me looking at you. That's not offensive.
I'm playing with you, man.
Come on, let's hear what Ronald got to say.
So I did my 23andMe. A DNA study, and it goes all the way back. You guys know how that works, right? And then one of the topics that they told me in my report was that I do share some DNA with ancient Egyptians, notably Ramses II. That's in my DNA report, 23andMe. That's why I'm saying this. I would not say it if it wasn't true.
Why don't y'all like it? Because it say that in Reggie's DNA report too. So what is the problem with that DNA report saying that? Huh?
I mean,
you don't know what the hell you looking at, and you don't know what the hell you reading. You actually think
they put a paragraph for you.
You actually think you're in a family. Hold on, bro.
They type out a paragraph for you.
You actually think do you actually think you're in the family line of Ramses? Yo, you thinking that?
I'm just saying what the report says. You asked the question. Now you're integrating the.
I'm saying that your conclusion is wrong. They're not saying that you're
got the royal blood. Damn expert.
Why are you saying this?
You're not no damn expert. Look, I've been
waiting. An answer. You don't like the answer. So now you want to denigrate the science.
Because the answer is wrong. I'm not denigrating. There is no science that says that. You're
not the expert.
What?
Yeah, the science doesn't say that. You're making that up.
I'm not making it up. It's in my report.
Based off your misunderstanding of
you. It's in my report. It's not.
It don't say you're in the bloodline of Ramses, bro. You wasn't in the royal court.
No, it says that.
I'm not saying that.
Reggie read his word for word, bro.
Right. That's all it is. It's not. I'm in the same.
That's just marketing, Bob. I'm saying that's their marketing for 23andMe. The fact that it lines up, they're going to pick the most famous person with a DNA and tell you about it.
It says that when you go back far enough, we were in the same group. We were in the same group.
They just saying that y'all, it's
that's all it says. That's all it says.
How you go from Northeast Africa to West Africa? Explain it.
Through migration.
In 3,000 years, what migration are you talking about? I'm listening.
That's where this is
West Africa.
This is where you're.
Y'all sound like the Hebrews. The Hebrews claim they went from Palestine to West Africa.
This is where your arguments become non sequitur. Arguments become non sequitur.
I wasn't gonna put my screen on, but I'm gonna put my screen on. Okay, so this is where shit falls apart.
Reggie, you great show the same test.
No, I'm not. No, actually, right now, I'm just telling the people I can show the same test.
No, you can't. Right? I don't believe you.
But okay, so I'm gonna show the same damn test.
I'm not gonna show.
All right, I'm about to go, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say something.
Man.
I was feeling some kind of way when y'all wasn't sharing the link. I was about to burn down the whole chat. Then I realized y'all was looking at the whole other thing. Look, I told everybody who was in the chat, like, oh, Ankh ain't sharing the link with Smash on purpose.
Oh, you know, when you like, you gonna get the first link, yo. You want the link.
I told them that in the chat. I said,
wrong with them niggas, man.
I said they looking at the other link because me and Bob go back like a flow jack. You feel me?
Yeah, you first, yo.
But I'm gonna get up out of here. I just wanted to say I
came
came to share my sources on the black thing, not on the race thing. I didn't really have much because I agree with you on that. They wasn't walking around like saying what we saying when we said black. But apparently they noticed that their dark hue and they used a word for it to call themselves something sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
I know we all agree with that. Who disagrees with that?
Because you be going too hard against the black, and I'm going bang for the blacks. I'm banging for the blacks. Peace. We out.
Sure.
Okay,
so
he asked me. So he asked me, right? And he makes a mistake, and I'm like,
I ain't make no damn mistake, yo. You tripping if you think you go ahead. I want you to put it on visual. Okay,
brother Reggie. Me. I try to be polite.
Okay, brother Reggie. Okay, brother Reggie. Don't show that, though. That's gonna be your demise.
I was hanging out with Dr. Mahat today.
Oh, how was that? Yo, how was the science fair though? How did it go? What you want me to call you? Did you enjoy yourself?
It was excellent. It was excellent. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can see my screen.
Yeah, you good.
All right. So just to let people know, just to answer the question about how the people move, we're not talking about necessarily in 1,000 years. We're talking thousands of years. So when I look at my paternal haplogroup, here's my paternal haplogroup. Okay, so it goes from Y atom, so I'll play it for you all. It goes from Y atom, it goes to A, A1, A1B, BT, right? CT, DE, E, E1, E1B, E1B1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now what I'll do is I'll just X-ray it. Here's my Y atom, Cameroon, right? At this time, the family groups moved to Chad or admixed with Chadian groups, and then A1 to Niger, which seems to be normal. Africans migrated. A1B1 up to Libya, right? They sojourned there. There is some interaction between BT from one of the groups, CT, Ethiopia, DE, Somalia, E, Sudan, E1, Uganda, E1B, Tunisia, right? E1B1, right? Ethiopia. When I look at my famous peoples, I have a matching haplogroup from, this is my, on my mother's side, that's fine. This kills the Abos, Momita Juanita, right? I have haplogroups there. But on my father's line, I have Ramses II. I have Nelson Mandela. If you looked at that map, that makes sense. And then in my recent ancestry, I I obviously have white folks. So I have haplogroups with David Attenborough, Lyndon Strong. I have Napoleon.
Go back. Who is that? Go back.
Huh? And Albert Einstein.
Man, you wild.
I am. This is CRI genetics. Where you want me to go back to? Where you want me to go back to?
Let's read that. What does that say? Go ahead. Read that in the yellow. Let me get you out of here with your own paperwork. Go ahead, Reggie. Read that. A hollow group. Go ahead. What does it say?
Yeah,
it says famous people sharing your wide hollow group, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's
okay.
What it means.
You know how many millions of people share that, bro?
That's exactly.
That don't mean they directly come from Ramsey.
I
know you know
that.
I understand this.
I never said that.
You did try to play with me. A Reginald.
I have haplogroups.
Reginald.
I have haplogroups that are shared by Ramsey.
Due diligence. You see what they doing? Due diligence. This is your chance to step up due diligence. You see what they just did.
Asking me to read. You just keep talking. You keep talking and you lose it.
I'm losing what? I didn't know I could lose. I actually didn't think I could lose because none of y'all ancestors from ancient Egypt. So how the hell could I lose except Reginald?
No, we're talking
except
about
Reginald. That's what Reginald said. He said, yeah, his ancestors, direct ancestors from he said that. Are you saying that? So now I'm gonna ask you the question, Reggie. Are you saying that your direct ancestors from Egypt? I want to hear you say it, Reggie.
No.
Oh, thank you. So
nobody said that. Nobody said that.
What I am
Reginald,
saying
now you lying, Reggie. See, Reginald.
Reggie, you mean Ronald?
Ronald.
If I show, watch this.
Can I get some help?
Let me go back to my father's ancestry.
No, I don't want you to go back. I want you to read the yellow. Yellow get you out the game.
Let me go back to my father's ancestry.
All right. Okay. Before you get off this show, you're gonna read that yellow.
No, just you're losing. First of all, show me your damn DNA.
Nope.
Show me your damn DNA. If you don't source up or shut up.
No.
Because if you don't show me science on your family line, then you just cap it.
No.
Now, so when I go and do this again, why Adam? Nothing is in Egypt. Nothing is in Egypt, right? A1, my A1, Niger, A1, 2, the people with haplogroup. B2, CT, Ethiopia and Somalia, DE, Somalia, E.
I cannot believe what you saying, yo.
E, Sudan.
I cannot believe you sitting up there.
Uganda, right? E1B1, right? E1B1.
Wow, yo.
Tunisia and E1B1, right? Like, so now what we have to do is we're gonna have to look up the haplogroups, the white haplogroups of Ramses III.
You ain't gonna tell the truth though, Reggie?
I'm telling the truth.
You might, I don't know, but Reinhold.
You don't show me your shit.
Hold on. Reinhold, I know. I'm saying, tell me the truth. No, I'm saying, me and you sat here 4 minutes ago. I asked Ronald. Ronald tried to flim. I say, Ronald, do not flim. Give me your answer, then try to talk your way out of it. I asked him a direct question. That man sat here on this show because we can rewind and say, yeah. Hold on, Reggie. Hold on, Reggie.
Let me get next, man.
Yeah, no. Hold on, Reggie. I asked that man said, yeah, his direct ancestors from Egypt. You said no. Then 20 seconds later, Ronald come back and say he ain't say that. Ronald, I'm gonna give you one more chance.
What we're talking about.
Ronald, I was the one to talk. Question. I asked you a direct question, Ronald.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna let you change your answer, like I knew you was. Ronald, are you telling us based off your DNA test, talking about Ramses the first, second, or third, that your direct ancestors as an African American is from Egypt, from that line of Ramses? Is that what you're saying, Reginald?
So what I said was that I share DNA traits with Ramses.
I'm ask you one more time, bro. The hell with all that. I'm asking you a straight question. Then you can explain the traits and explain your way out of it.
I did.
Are you telling me that you and your ancestors is directly from Ramses? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I've never said that.
So then why you use
I didn't
DNA?
switch.
So then why are you using the DNA test then? What's
because
the
I was trying to make the point that,
what's the
that
point
we,
you
that we
trying to
share
make?
the same haplogroup.
So what that
share
mean? Now you heard somebody say
we're
this.
in line.
So okay,
I didn't hear. I said it first.
And what line would that be?
I didn't hear anybody say it.
In line 70,000 years
ago. And then
ago,
you said
Reggie?
you didn't believe it. You said you didn't believe it.
Reginald,
you said you didn't believe it.
70,000 years ago.
Yeah, but you said you didn't believe it.
70,000 years ago, you share haplogroup with 70,000 years ago, bro. You tripping right now.
Though.
What's important about that? No, it's 70,000 years ago.
You asked the question. You asked the question.
Man, I knew you was gonna flim
I gave you the answer.
No, you didn't.
I'm not trying to flim. I don't have to.
You did. You did it. You did do it. And Reggie knows
just because you say it doesn't make it so.
No, you did do it.
I'm you say it doesn't make it so.
Well, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna replay the tape for you since you're playing games. I don't like playing games. Go ahead, Reggie. Reginald was definitely playing games. His first time on the show, he's having fun.
Ronald, you keep saying Reginald.
Ronald, same thing. Ronald, Reggie, just see how confusing somebody making it up right now.
You see,
hey, Reggie. Hey, Reggie.
Yeah, well, let me talk to for a second. So,
go ahead. What you doing?
I'm not so sure who the hell you are. So share your DNA. What you missed was the Y DNA that Ramses III had, right? He has E1B1, right? Now, what composes of this is groups outside of Egypt. So when you look at Ramses III, you're looking at groups that he had in his haplogroups outside of Egypt. And all I just said is I share at least one of the haplogroups outside of Egypt that Ramses had. Right? That's all that the data says. What is the problem with that? There's no problem with that. We weren't looking at Egypt. We were looking at the Y DNA, because none of my Y DNA was in Egypt. None. Absolutely none of it. So now you're gonna deny my genetic results, right? You can't. Hello? Oh shit! What happened? So you're gonna deny?
Ain't nothing happening. I ain't denying nothing. I'm letting y'all talk yourself. Well, I'm just,
Hold on. So I got the same kind of result here. I wanted to read to kind of maybe we could clear this up, because I have the same results of Ramesses, which this is just a commercial DNA test. So a lot of people that have this E1B1A carry this same gene. I mean, so I don't understand what the problem is, because they're telling you, but I'm going to read this so maybe this will clear this up for you, okay? What it says right here, it says paternal haplogroup. It says you descend from a long, watch how long ago this is, from a long line of male ancestors that can be traced back to Eastern Africa over 275,000 years ago. These are the people of your paternal line, and your paternal haplogroup sheds light on this story. So I don't understand. And then if you go down here, it's going to tell you like where it comes from. It comes from the A line to the D to the E. Like, see what I'm saying? So like, what's the problem? You saying this is wrong, This is because this is what it's showing. It's showing the E, where the E goes. The E goes to West Africa. And
I do not listen to you until you admit that white people, what you call them, white people, and homo.
There you go, filibuster.
Right. I don't listen to you. You can keep it on there. Don't ask Reggie. You think that Europeans are a whole different race. Talk to Reggie with that DNA stuff.
Okay, no. Okay, we're gonna deal with that, because see, you like to cast people what they say.
I'm not casting
nothing. Let me tell you what I'm saying. Let me be clear, so I can say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, hold on.
Ronald's the switch up.
I'm not gonna change. This is what I've been. Brother, this is what I've been saying to you since 2015. You just can't comprehend what I'm saying.
You're right. So why can't
you hold on? No, because I'm going to say it again, because you mischaracterizing what I'm saying.
How? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, listen. I'm going to say it very clear for you.
Go ahead, brother.
You went way back to Darwin, and then you went back to 1990 something with some articles. These people have mapped the whole genome of humans. So why are you using that outdated data? See, well, that's the first thing, your first mistake. You see what I'm saying? So, you know this. In 2003, guess who? Savante Pablo sequenced the whole genome of humans. This is in 2003. But they just published this in 2021 anyway. By 2010, and we going on along here, they also discovered that the Neanderthal DNA that they thought was extinct was still living in all non-Africans at a clip of 1 to 4%. James didn't do this. So now what they're saying is all people outside of Africa have Neanderthal DNA at a very larger clip than those inside of Africa. That is the genetic difference. That is what you call non-African DNA because it mutates outside of Africa. Okay, so bam, when these people come back in, they come back in with 2%. Oh man. They come in with 2%. They found out that they had 2% Neanderthal DNA. So these people have a admixed genome of maybe from what I'm saying, 99.8 Homo sapien and 2% Neanderthal. I mean 0.2 Neanderthal. That's all I'm saying. Or you could even go as far and to say that they got a full 2%. I haven't figured that part of it out because people think, I don't know if Reggie would even agree with me. Is it a full 2%? Because that's what the scientists say. They're not saying that it's 0.%. They're saying it's 2%. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Hell no. I do not understand what you're saying, bro.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Reggie?
Nope. Yeah, Reggie do. Reggie do.
So they find the Denisovan DNA, and they say that these people have up to 6% Denisovan and Neanderthal DNA. So what does that do to the whole pie when you say that everybody is Homo sapien sapien and there's no archaic humans living? What does that do to the evidence? Do you understand what I'm saying? What it does is now you have to add that into the genes of these people. You can't leave it out. They found it in their genes. So now you have to. They have 2% Neanderthal and they have.
He ain't trying to speak to that, James. He ain't even trying to speak to it. He already said so. It's all good. So let me just say this, man. I think we're talking about two different things. I don't know what the hell we're talking about, but I want to get back to that Darwin subject, right? Hey, Reggie, can you help me out, bro? Can you pull up that last quote?
Y'all know what y'all talking about. Y'all know. I'm gonna smash y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna let y'all get it all out. Y'all done.
Can you bring up that last quote of Charles Darwin? That last quote. That last quote that you said that Charles Darwin said. So check it out. Though. Let me ask you this. Let's talk about race and racism. Can we get a running definition for racism? What is racism?
Mistreating somebody because of the color of their skin.
Can we do a simple Google definition of racism? That way we all can be on the same page.
Well, you just
because you know that's.
I trust you. Go ahead. Give me one. It ain't
well,
so much.
I don't want to freestyle it though. I'd rather not because if I just freestyle it, it won't be exact, and we need to be exact.
They enslaved
if you don't mind though.
It was mistreatment and enslaving people based off of the color of their skin. That was the first cursor, based off the color of their skin.
All right, so check it out. I pulled it up. So check it out. Racism, the belief that different races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior to one another.
And you're gonna try to say Charles Darwin. I'm already ahead of you already, but go ahead.
So Reggie, can we pull up that last quote? Can you read it? Can you read it?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which is the last quote. So let me just.
It was the last quote was the one where Charles Darwin was saying that the civilized races is going to exterminate the savage races.
Okay, so let me get this out.
You in trouble? I'm just gonna let you know.
Hey, I'm surrounded by pseudos banging on them. I'm good. I'm comfortable.
Well,
I'm
saying it doesn't mean
always
so.
comfortable
You
with it.
wild
Y'all
for
can see
real,
it.
but
Man, if
doesn't
it
mean
was
it's so.
somebody
Wild,
like the
man.
pseudo killers, then I feel like I'm doing something. But y'all ain't got nothing. Y'all
That's a
done.
shame.
Y'all,
So
matter of
we
fact,
already
let me
just
just say
defined
something.
racism, right? So
Yeah,
racism is separating people based on whatever characteristics you want. But the thing that's particular about racism is that one race is setting themselves over another different race, right? And that's in racism, and that's the same thing. What race sets the tone for, kind of like what Smash was saying. Whenever you got race, whenever you look up the definition of race, it also has to do with humans ranking themselves above other humans, saying other humans are inferior. You feel me? So if we have that, if we can, Reggie will pull up this quote, we're going to examine Charles Darwin's quote, and then I want y'all to tell me, is this a racist quote? So check it
Darwin
out.
ain't gonna say it. They gonna say it. Darwin ain't say it.
Okay. So he can't pull it up. I'll pull it up since he can't pull it up.
I'm there. You don't see it?
I mean, I don't.
You should use the paper you
Let me
use on
see.
Smash Show, dude.
Yeah, he
You
said-
got it in your slide, dude. You got it in your slide.
Where is it at?
In your slides.
I see you. I know, but I'm on my phone though.
Oh no. Well, that's the paper, ain't it?
He ain't came to the quote. I can probably put it up faster than him. That's what I'm saying. But I won't be able to
Man,
show it though.
all they gotta
I
do
just
is
gonna have to.
you know how to find it in the document, Reggie. Just do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what was give me a buzzword so I can search in it.
Exterminate.
Exterminate. Okay, so
Yeah.
exterminate.
No, y'all
in trouble. I just want to let you know.
Think I ain't in trouble. Trust
yeah,
me.
you is, bro. Because I got you. And if you don't understand,
What is it when I'm supposed to understand, yo? What is it that I'm supposed to understand?
If you don't understand that I'm saying,
I'm finna find it because Reggie, man, you throwing me off right now. I was cooking Reds. I was counting on you.
I killed you.
No, I pulled up
you feel me?
I pulled up the wrong source. So let me just.
It's all good.
What I'm saying,
I can find it.
That what I'm saying that all humans are humans, or they're humans, and even Homo sapiens sapiens was a human, and they're reclassifying this. You have to look at, and I'll be sending. I done sent you
I
the
don't know
data.
what you're talking about.
You
What
don't
you
even
saying?
go
Who?
look. You don't even
Yo,
go.
who is
look at
reclassifying,
stuff,
yo? Who?
Dude, go on and tell them about the reclassification of our of
I got you.
Reclassification of what?
Maybe I'm
I
doing
know
something.
what is being reclassified, yo.
So hold on. I got you. I got the quote right here. I got the quote. Y'all trying to move on, right? So now we already defined what race and racism is, right? Race is ranking.
Can you show it so I can put it up?
Nah, I can't because I'm on my phone. So I'm just reading it off my phone. But you got it, Rich. But anyhow,
I do. I just I'm just trying to find out the two that I brought up. So why don't you say what it says, and then what I'll do is I'll go and Google it. Right? Go ahead.
Like a couple of words.
Give me a couple of words. Charles Darwin. Let me see. Charles Darwin. Okay. And so he said exterminate.
Oh, y'all can't hear me?
No, now we can. We hear you now.
Oh, wicked. Whenever I go off my phone, I can't hear me. I was reading the article.
Okay, I think this is the one that.
Tell us what it say now, dude. If you could maybe a sentence, maybe so Reggie could kind of type it in. And maybe
so it says the higher class, people is going to exterminate the savages. It's got extermination in there. The extermination of savages, classes.
That was it, Reggie.
Darwin wrote to Charles Kingsley, "It is very true what you say about the higher races of men. When high enough, will have spread and exterminated whole nations."
No, there's another one. There's another one. That ain't it. But that's racism right there, though. That is racism, but that's not the specific quote right there.
All right, so give me a few words, and I will find it.
I'm trying. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. So whenever I started reading a minute ago, y'all couldn't hear me. As long as y'all can hear me now, I'm just going to go and read it myself. So y'all can still hear me right now?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so bam, Charles Darwin wrote to his colleagues, more civilized so-called Caucasian races. So hold on, right there in the first sentence, this is a Charles Darwin quote, more civilized. Whenever you say civilized, that's a key word right there. Because civilized, you saying you're on a different level. Civilized, you differentiating yourself amongst other people, which is cool, right? That's cool if we say we on a higher status, right? More civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow to the struggle for existence. Look into a world at no very distant day. What an
in 1881.
Why you cut him off?
I did not.
His mic cutting in and out.
In 1881, toward the end of life, Charles Darwin wrote to a colleague that the more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant date when an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world.
How is that not racism, right? So they categorized people and said one people is a higher race, will exterminate. Exterminate is another word for genocide, lower races. That is a complete definition of racism in one sentence. I don't see how you can't see it, huh? It's right there. You classifying people saying one people is higher than another people, and you talking about exterminating people on top of that. How is that not a white supremacist, racist idea? Not to mention, he also inserted it off in biology and tried to say this was the natural order of things for people that are of higher class, so-called, to whatever qualities you want to give them. It's their duty to knock off people that they deem lesser. That is racism. How can it not be?
It's clear it is. I think
you just lack the level of sophistication and understanding Charles Darwin.
You sound like a Karen.
Boy, that was beautiful. Go ahead.
You sound like a Karen. Let me put it off on a big screen.
Yeah,
I'll put it off on a big screen. You sound like a Karen. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, let us see.
Man, they leave it alone, huh?
I'm gonna say it again.
Leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on a big screen.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm used to being in this situation. You lack sophistication in understanding Charles Darwin's contribution to biology, and it's not my fault. Because if you respected what he brought to biology, you would already know he realized that it wasn't no different in races. He said it in his own book. So how you saying he's saying it? You don't even understand what he's saying.
I got you.
You mischaracterized the word savage. You think you know what you're talking about. They was meaning something different in the 1800s. Y'all wrong. So I'm not gonna crack because y'all apply the little tweak pressure on me. I'm gonna stand strong. We got all month to beat y'all down. We gonna call this Charles Darwin. I'm gonna beat y'all down the same way that I've been doing it for years. It's easy work. Y'all done. No sophistication on the subject matter. You reading out of quotes. You ain't even read a Charles Darwin book. I got you. Now,
check it out, y'all. Let me respond to that. Y'all ain't gonna let me respond? I can't respond?
Yes, you can, dude. Of course.
You got it.
So I agree with you, I'll never take Charles Darwin's contributions away from him. You know what I'm saying? He did make some.
What did he do?
I mean, you know, with natural selection, evolution, that we come from apes out of Africa, like that all can. That's you feel me? So I don't take them from him.
Hold on.
But we do. You didn't let me go. You didn't let me. No, I agree. I said I'm agreeing with you on that point. On those points, I'm finna explain it to you if you let me go. Let me go. I'm trying to give you some credit. You don't even want it. You want to argue.
No, I don't.
All right, well, let me go then.
Go ahead.
You gonna let me build?
Yeah, go ahead. Build.
So I give Darwin his credit for the contributions of what he did. You feel me? But I also give him credit for the mistakes that he made also. You feel me? Because we can't act like that man didn't say the higher type of people, the higher classes, right? So whenever you look at biology, Charles Darwin is supposed to be doing biology, but then again, he's talking about classes of different people. Hold on. You know that's pseudo. That's pseudo. Exactly. It don't make sense. But Reggie, read it one more time. Reggie, read the quote.
I'm gonna put it right back on the. Is it back up? Okay, so here it goes.
Got to give it up.
No, here it goes.
Not giving nothing up.
Yeah, we don't see it.
Here it goes.
Yeah, y'all gonna make him a force y'all to read the
How-
Charles Darwin book.
Hold on, how is it on the screen and they reading it? You can't.
Here it goes. In 18.
Hold up, let him
I
go.
don't gotta concede this.
In
shit.
1881, this is the tell. Toward the end of his life, right? Charles Darwin wrote to a colleague. He capitulated that the more civilized so-called Caucasian races have.
Stop, Reggie. Stop right there. The more civilized Caucasian race. That is white supremacist rhetoric. Do you agree or don't you?
Yeah, if you do it that way, of course, but that ain't what he meant. What you want me to say?
Okay, then
What did he mean? Them words came out of his mouth.
Yeah,
Oh, you
because
finna
I'm
interpret his words? He
No,
meant what he
I don't
said.
have- No. I'm trying to tell you.
Reggie, keep reading.
Okay.
Keep reading, Reggie.
In 1881, toward the end of his life, Charles Darwin wrote to a colleague that the more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world.
Stop. And he didn't say eliminated. He said exterminated, which is a code word for genocide. So this man not only said the high civilized Caucasian race will exterminate the lower class races. How can that not be racism? And we just read the definition. It is the exact definition of racism. Cut it out, man. We not going man. Please don't do this to yourself because I got love for you, bro. Please stop.
Bro.
Don't do it. I'm trying to tell you it look real bad right now. Don't do that to yourself.
Can I talk now?
I got love for you.
Can I talk?
I got love for you. Don't do it.
I don't need you to have that love. That's fake love for me. I want you to beat me all the way down. Right? Don't give me no love. Don't give me no break. I'm asking for it. And I'm telling you, you don't know what the hell you reading. You don't understand it. You mystify.
Oh my goodness.
You don't. Yeah, you don't. You don't know what you're talking about. You trying though. Good job. But you forget who you fucking with though. So I'm gonna let you have your perceived about to get beat down completely, and I'm gonna make you read a Charles Darwin book, and then you'll change your stance. But as long as you read some crazy religious people, a quote here, quote there, you're gonna be like a Baptist preacher to me right now. You reading quotes, dog. Read the book.
But the quote is from Charles Darwin. The quote is from Charles Darwin.
That quote ain't from no damn church. No, that's like a Baptist minister reading the first. Let me get you out the way first. Hold on. Let me come to you, Ronald. Let me get you first, Ronald. Here you go, Ronald. Let me share my screen on Ronald first. I'm gonna get you first. What you didn't say. I didn't say it. You did say it. Here you go. Right here. Let me got you. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ronald. Was. That's what you can say. Now I don't know why y'all fight that hard for it.
I've never heard us talk about that tonight.
He did. I wasn't here. Okay, hey Ronald, so you don't think your ancestors was Egyptians? Ronald?
I think they were Egyptians.
Yeah, Ronald, your
My ancestors obviously came from Africa, as far as I can go.
No. I'm asking you a direct question, and I'm gonna ask everybody. We're gonna get this clear. I sat back and played possum, so now let's get it in. Ronald, do you think your ancestors, right, your direct ancestors are now valid?
So let me say this. I've done the DNA.
Sound like you ducking these.
No, I'm not ducking you. Answers have to be.
No, they don't.
Some answers have to be nuanced.
No. I think you should just give me the answer. No, this is what I need from you.
But I'm trying to give you the background.
No. I'm asking you. Listen.
I'm trying to give you the background.
No, I don't want to hear no damn background. I want you to give me the answer first. No, that's not the problem. Give me the answer. Hold on. Give me the answer first. Then flam your way out of your answer. I don't have a problem with it. I want to hear your answer first.
I'll say yes.
You say yes. Thank you.
So now let me finish.
Right. Just like I fucking said. He said, yes, his direct ancestors came from Egypt. You said you didn't say it, bro, but you said it. Yeah. I got you too, due diligence. I got Reggie. I got don't butt.
You not letting people talk.
Right, correct.
Your way of argument is very disjointed. You don't think very methodical in a very logical way, Unc.
Yeah, I'm done.
You have to think in a very methodical way to talk to people.
Nope.
Because you're all over the place.
No, I'm
you can't
not
put a
all over the
partial
place.
quote up there without giving the background.
Okay,
you didn't put the background.
Hold on for a minute. Excuse me.
You didn't put the background.
No. Excuse me.
I don't understand why your thought is not in a very methodical and logical way.
Excuse me.
You scatter around.
Excuse me, brother. I asked you a direct question. I asked you a direct question, and my direct question was: are you trying to say, based off your DNA test and connection to Ramses, that your direct ancestors came from the Nile Valley? You started flim-flam.
I was trying to give you a nuanced answer.
Hey, bro, don't cut me off right now. Now I'm feeling like you're trying to hide what you just said twice. Let me make my point. Okay, so let me talk, then I'll let you re-explain yourself out of it again. Let me talk. I'm not all over the place because I asked you a direct question. You tried to get me with the flim-flam. I say, hold on, bro. Now, give me that answer. Then flim-flam, you can give all the explanation you want, but I want to hear your clear answer. And your clear answer was yes. That's your answer, bro. No, and then you give a.
Why we back on this, though,
bro?
Why we back on this?
Due diligence.
Because the thinking is not logical.
Due diligence. We ain't. I'm giving you a break, due diligence, because you're done. You just don't know it. Let me finish.
I thought you was running. I thought you was running.
Nigga, this is me. I ain't. When the last time you ever seen me run?
One by one.
Yeah, I got y'all. Y'all knocked down. Y'all done. I have no idea. Right. So,
go ahead.
Ronald. I asked you a direct question. I'm not even going to play it again, right? And it was so direct. I said, based off of your DNA test, saying Ramses, or whoever the hell it was, the first, second, or third, are you trying to tell me that your direct ancestors are from Egypt? You started with Buddhist. I say, hold on, bro. And we went back. I say, hold on, bro. Give me that answer first, then explain your way out of it. You gave me you said yes. Now, I don't know what nuance you talking about. That answer was yes. Yes to what, though? Yes to your direct ancestors based off of having Ramses' DNA is from Egypt, bro. You said yes to that, bro. Now you trying to act like you didn't.
I'm not saying that I did. I'm trying to tell you why I said what I said.
No, but did you say? I'm gonna ask you again. Did you? That's fine, but did you? Oh, I know, but did you say yes? Though?
I said it.
So then, why you just try to say 5 minutes?
Yes, but there was an answer behind it. But
so what's the answer behind it?
You cut the answer off behind it.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Go ahead. What's the answer behind it?
That's why I started talking about the DNA.
Go ahead, brother. What's the answer behind that? It's gonna make your direct ancestors Egyptian.
It was the same answer that.
Right, he wrong too. But go ahead.
I said we should. So Reggie wrong too. I'm just saying that we are making we were trying to make the argument about the DNA overlap with Ramses. That's what. That's how I understood your question. I think what you're doing.
I said directly. No, I used a word called directly.
I understood. I'm
primary ancestors.
I'm saying the way that,
like my primary ancestors come from West Africa, bro. My primary ancestors don't.
And I said that in the beginning. I said that in the beginning. I said as far as I know, my ancestry came from West Africa.
So why do you say no, Unc? You supposed to say no, Unc. You supposed to say no, Unc.
You kept pressing the point about Egypt.
No, you supposed to say
I have a tie to Egypt.
You supposed to say
I had a tie to Egypt.
Let me give you the correct. No, you don't. Let me give you the correct answer for those who understand DNA. The answer is no, Unc. My direct answer do not come from Egypt, but somewhere in the history of Africa, somewhere around 70,000 years ago, when Hubble Group L or whatever the hell it was formed, then the population split off. One went to Northeast Africa and one went to West. That's the damn proper answer, bro. And I'm not gonna let you scare me and fake me out and flam.
Yeah, you got him, man. You got him. You had him gone a long time ago.
I'm gonna get
the same answer you should be now be giving.
No, that is the answer, bro. There's no other answer than that.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna get Unc out of here.
Yeah, get me out of here, bro. Yeah, I'm up for it all the way. Now,
man, he was supposed to come back this way. I think you're running, but I'm gonna let you live,
huh? He got your paper up
there. I think he's running
too. I ain't gonna let him live.
Yeah, you. Hey, Ronald, you done.
Let me get.
You can say that, but that doesn't make it true.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So, lights, camera, action.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the whole letter. This is the whole letter to William Graham at the end of his life. Right? He says,
in his example of natural selection. Lastly, I could show fight on a natural selection having done and doing more for the progress of civilization. Wait, let me read that again, due diligence. Lastly, I could show fight on natural selection having done and doing more for the progress of civilization than you seem inclined to admit. Remember what risks the nations of Europe ran not so many centuries ago of being overwhelmed by the Turks, and how ridiculous such an idea now is in more civilized so-called Caucasian races have been beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. But I will write no more and not even mention the many points in your work which have much interested me. I have indeed cause to apologize for troubling you with my impressions, and my sole excuse is the excitement in my mind which your book has aroused. He doubled down on goddamn racism.
No, he didn't, Reggie.
Why you say of course? Why you say of course, huh?
Man,
what do you mean of course? So you agree? So you agree with higher class people?
No, he's talking about.
Hold on, specifically, he said the Caucasian race, the Europeans. So you agreed that?
Why would he say that?
That's what you need to ask Darwin. He said it though.
Now,
he said it. So you agree with that, huh? You agree with that?
We can't talk at the same time, yo.
Oh no, I'm not finished.
All right, go ahead.
But then with me, the horrid doubt always arises whether the conviction of man's mind, which has been developed from the mind of the lower animals, or of any value or at all trustworthy. Would anyone trust the convictions of a monkey's mind? If there is conviction in such a mind, secondly, I think that I could make somewhat of a case against the enormous importance which you attribute to the greatest man I have been accustomed to. So Charles Darwin unfortunately got it wrong because he thinks that the human evolved from the monkey. He got it wrong. Let me read that again. But then with me, the horror rises whether the conviction of a man's mind, which has been developed from the mind of the lower animals, or of any value or at all trustworthy. Would anyone trust in the convictions of a monkey's mind, if there are any convictions in such a mind? So unfortunately, Charles Darwin.
What? Do you know? What do you think you're hearing right now, Reggie?
Why would he equate?
Bro, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it.
When he says lower animals, he's talking about the monkey.
Okay.
Right?
You don't say we come from monkeys.
Human didn't evolve from the monkey.
No, he didn't. He didn't say they did.
So Charles Darwin got it wrong there.
No, he didn't say that. Oh, hell, I give up. All right, man. You just pulling shit, man. Why don't you take your time and read that shit later, yo? That ain't what that man they say. Back to the
acknowledge
racism.
Okay, I'm going to bed. I am going to bed. I had a long day. I had a good time with the here. So Dr. Mahad, so Dr. Lafoma Salam.
I know who's supposed
Reggie threw his hands up.
Yeah,
brother Smoke. I'm gonna do the 8. What's the 8 thing that they do? What's the the 3 apes and shit? Whatever they do. Charles Darwin equated the lower animal of the human.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you. I know.
Wait,
bro.
Let me get you. No, wait. Oh, there you go.
All right, it's been real. I know you ain't never addressed
the point in that direction.
The Europeans got 2% Neanderthal, so
I never said they didn't, though, James. I never said they didn't, James.
Why you mischaracterizing what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm saying.
So you want to?
I can't answer no questions right now.
I am. I'm right here. I heard Reggie faded out.
So now
So let's deal with you, Pan-African James. So hold
now
on.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me say what I'm gonna say. Let me say what I'm gonna say. I heard you. I am telling you that non-African population comes from Africa, out of Africa, from African populations. They're only called non-Africans because mutations occur after that.
But
when they leave
saying
Africa.
Anything different from what I'm saying?
Okay, so we agree right there. Am I correct?
No, because you're not acknowledging the fact.
No, listen.
No, hold up. You're not even.
No, you can't tell me hold up. No, listen what I'm saying.
What name? What's the name of the DNA?
I don't want to get there yet. I want to establish that Africans left Africa. They called them Africans in the scientific literature. When they leave what they're calling Africa and mutate, they're called non-African. It doesn't mean that when we say non-African that they're not African. I can't help you understand that.
That was hot.
Hold on.
That was hot right there. Okay. You should have dropped the bomb right there.
Hold on. What was the name?
He got you.
Listen, dude. What was the name of the DNA that was non-African?
So now we're going to talk about Denisovan and we can talk about Neanderthal.
No.
That's
you said it was not. They mutate, but did they name the mutate?
They mutated. No.
What was the name of the DNA that they mutated? What was the name?
They mutated, and there was an incursion on Homo sapiens sapiens DNA with Homo Neanderthal in certain areas and Homo Denisovan in other areas.
So that is the name of the non-African DNA.
Hold on.
What other name of this?
Hold on. Let me finish. And prior to leaving, they mixed with a quote unquote archaic human, which they don't know the name of. So there's three things I just mentioned, right? You're claiming, and I just want to get this straight. You're saying that the fact that the African left Africa and made it with a Homo Neanderthal or made with a Homo Denisovan, right? That would make it a different Homo sapiens sapien. Am I at least getting that part right?
Yes, it's gonna make it an admixed Homo. But that's
okay. Are you sure? Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you sure you want to stick with that answer? You're in the same spot Ronald was in right now. I'm gonna ask you one more time, bro. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Clarify what you're asking me again.
I'm asking you, are you saying that when Homo sapiens sapiens left out of Africa and mixed with Homo Neanderthal in one area and mixed with Homo Denisovan in another area, that made them a different type of Homo sapiens sapien?
Yes.
Okay, so then don't conveniently leave out the mixing that Africans had in Africa with an archaic human. Okay, they just don't know the name. Nope. Let me finish. They just don't. Hold on, bro. They just don't. Hold on, bro. They just don't know the name of it. They just don't know the name of it, James. So we got three incursions into Homo sapiens sapiens genes. One in Africa, still an archaic human, and two outside of Africa, still archaic humans. And you're saying that the two of them outside of Africa rendered them a different kind of Homo sapiens sapien, but the one in Africa didn't render a different type of Homo sapiens sapien. Make your mind up, James.
Okay, let me
hold on. I got you. Let me make a small interjection. Hold on. I got you, James. I got you. Hey, brother, I'm gonna need you to take something up off of them because me and James supposed to be having this debate, and you giving them too many jewels right now. Take something up off of them. Take it up off of them.
Man, now.
All right, go ahead, James.
This is what we see. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't do that because, see, for one thing,
we just
you're gonna have to
right
identify
now,
what is the name.
Why?
Why did they name the?
Because they don't know the names. Because they just don't know what it is. Go ahead, bro. No, go ahead and talk. No, I'm not trying to do nothing. Go ahead and talk, bro. You say why they name it.
They named the DNA that's non-African. They named it Denisovan and Neanderthal. They did not name it anything else.
I didn't say they did, brother.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. They did not know that this DNA was living into 2010. So that would make it, that would be de facto before 2010. That would make everybody 99.9% Homo sapiens sapien, right? But when they find this DNA, ask yourself, how did that change the mathematical equation if they find 2% Neanderthal DNA and they find 6% Denisovans DNA? Does that not change the equation before they found out the DNA was still living before 2010? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't change it.
Oh man. Okay, well, man, I'm like Reggie. If
it doesn't change. It doesn't change.
Y'all don't understand DNA.
It doesn't
and that's
change.
What that is.
I know,
we're
but
gonna
James,
have this conversation.
Hey, James,
don't tap out, James.
Hold on, James. Hey,
I'm
James.
gone.
Hey, James.
Because y'all don't.
Hold on,
understand
James.
DNA.
James, if I agree with you, right? If I agree with you, then you have to agree with me that they also ran into archaic human inside of Africa that wasn't Homo sapiens.
See, that's a filibustering
It's
statement.
not filibustering.
I'm gonna tell you why. Listen. Because they don't talk about what came. They don't talk. Hold on. They don't talk about nothing coming out of Africa. Hold on. They talk about one species coming out. Homo sapiens sapiens. These other ghost genes that you're talking about encompasses that Homo sapiens sapiens species that comes out. You're filibustering the argument. We're talking about non-African DNA versus African DNA. If that DNA gets engulfed into what came out, so be it. But we're talking about what is not African versus what developed on the continent. Quit doing that, and trust me, me and you've been having this argument since 2015.
No, we're not arguing. This is not an argument.
We've been having this discussion.
Right, it's a conversation between a person who refuses to understand
what I'm saying, because I'm not.
But I heard you. I thought we made it clear that I heard what you said.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't understand how it changes because you standing in Africa. And so you saying basically if Homo sapiens sapien mixed with Homo Neanderthal inside of Africa, then it wouldn't have changed something that you were saying? Because you the one saying it's make the change. So you're saying if they stepped across the fucking line, right, and made it with Neanderthal in Africa, then it wouldn't have changed something? Because you're saying it actually changed something. That's what you're saying. So is the location that stops the change? What is it then, James?
Let me ask you this,
James. I know you hear what I'm saying.
Did I change the taxonomy of hominoids? Did I do that?
Hey, James,
I didn't do that.
This is what we're gonna do.
Neanderthal a different
reading is fundamental, James. This is what I'm gonna do for you the last time. Listen, in recent African origins of modern humans, it is the dominant model of geographical origin of early migrations of anatomically modern humans.
Africans.
That's AMH.
That's Africans.
Okay. Nah, man, that's more than Africans.
No, it's not.
It is.
Where do Homo sapiens sapiens come from?
Homo sapiens sapiens is more than just African.
All over the planet.
Man, I know where they come from. We reading it. It follows the early expansion of hominids outside of Africa.
Out of Africa, not outside.
Out of Africa.
Man,
so that means they coming out of
it. Listen, bro. Accomplished by Homo erectus and Homo neanderthal. This is a map right here. You got Homo erectus, which left out before Homo sapiens sapiens.
Correct.
Homo neanderthal was left out before, quote unquote, Homo sapiens sapiens. Correct. Right? The last one to leave out was Homo sapiens sapiens. They're all in a human family, bro. Let me finish.
Not say they wasn't.
The model,
but hold on.
But they're not. Let me finish. We're gonna let the literature speak. It say the model proposes a single origin of Homo sapiens, right? In the taxonomic sense, precluding parallel evolution and other regions of traits considered anatomically modern, but not precluding multiple admixtures between Homo sapiens and archaic humans in Europe. So this is the archaic human that was in Europe and Asia. That's the what? Homo Neanderthal. All right? Or Homo Denisovans. It says Homo sapien most likely developed in the Horn of Africa between 300,000 to 1,000 years ago. It say, although an alternative hypothesis argues diverse morphological features of Homo sapiens appearance locally in different parts of Africa and converge due to gene flow. It say between different populations within the same period. It say the recent African origin model proposes all modern non-African populations are subsequently descended from populations of Homo sapiens that left Africa that time. All right, now let's hit the map for you. This is the part you don't never get. Let me see. Hold on. Route. Let me see. Okay, humans. Let me see if I can get the map right here. This is one of the maps right here, bro. In red is Homo sapiens. They give you the time periods they left out. In that not high yellow, but kind of like brownish yellow, Homo Neanderthal. Like gold, right? That's where they go. They don't go no farther than this, right? Homo erectus goes a little bit farther. All right. Okay, hold on. So obviously, when Homo sapiens left out, they ran into Neanderthal.
That's what I said.
But no one debates that. That's not the dispute. The dispute is if it made them a whole different thing. That's the dispute we having right here. Now, here's another point you need to understand. Look at the circle. The circle is Neanderthal admixture with Homo sapiens in circle. Look, then you got Neanderthal Homo sapiens admixture with Denisovan right there.
They got a percentage on it?
Arrow. Hold on. No, it's just showing you right there. So no one's denying that.
Okay.
What we're saying is, with all of that occurring, at the end of the day, they still Homo sapiens.
No, they're not.
But it says it right here.
No. What's going to happen is they're trying to reclassify them as Homo sapiens. In the taxonomy of hominoids, these are different hominoids. There's Homo Denisovan, which is a different hominoid from Homo sapiens and Homo Neanderthal. And right now, in the taxonomy of Homo, these are different species of humans. And I don't know how come we're having this.
They don't have different. They got different species of humans.
I'm not.
No, they have different species of humans. But they don't have different species of Homo sapiens, bro.
I know, but hold on, listen. In 2010, and I'm gonna keep going to this. They did not know Neanderthal was living in the genomes of any living human. They thought the Neanderthal had went extinct totally with no more. That means no more DNA. That's what extinct means. Nothing. They found the DNA of these people in all of Europe with this DNA at a 1 to 4% clip. I don't know how many times. When they found that out, that means that the DNA of Neanderthal still lives in Europeans. Not Africans don't have it. We have it at a clip from the back migration.
But you still got it, regardless of how you got it. You got it.
What I'm saying, if I got 0.3, listen. If I got 0.3%,
what that mean?
Listen, if I got 0.3% of something, and somebody got a 4% of something,
what that mean?
That is over 100% of something that I don't have.
That's a what?
Listen, if you're doing math,
I know what 3% is, and I know what 0.1% is. Do I know the difference?
But if they have 1.3, that means they have a 4% more than what you have. You don't even have that in your genome. Do you understand? I can show you my. DNA.
You just said you got it in your. You said you got it in your DNA, bro. You can't help me with that. You have yet to show a source that says anything different, yo.
When we get on your channel, because this is House of Consciousness, maybe I can show some stuff to where it can help you, because you don't understand.
What you mean?
Because you don't understand what's going on.
Hey, James, you can't get past Unc. You damn sure ain't getting past me, man. But
you don't understand what's going on either. What's crazy is y'all both don't. So what does admixture mean? And why? And what is, when I say the Denisovan, which is the archaic human, how is it in people's DNA today? Y'all don't understand that? It's supposed to be dead. It's living right now, and all proper people at 6%. Y'all don't understand what I'm saying? It's simple math. You got to add that 6% into that 99 some kind of way. You can't leave it out because you found it. That is what the science say. And what's disrespectful, dude, is that video you shared, it says everything I'm saying now. And you don't even comprehend.
That ain't disrespectful, bro. That ain't disrespectful.
No, bro.
So you said I'm not disrespectful, bro. That ain't disrespectful.
No, what I'm saying is You don't even understand the data that you shared with me.
Let me read this to you, bro. It said
That's
in the
fine.
2010 study, population genetics uncovered
Well,
evidence of
wait,
inbreeding
you
that
gotta get some.
occurred between.
I'm reading. Go ahead.
Hold on. It said in the 2010 study.
You know this,
In population genetics uncovered evidence of interbreeding that occurred between Homo sapiens and archaic humans. Now listen to this. In Eurasia, Oceania, and Africa, bro. Why you keep leaving out Africa?
Because they
why
say
you keep
that
why you keep leaving out Africa, dog? What is it?
You don't want it. Okay, did I
He
say,
just read it.
This nigga's crazy,
no,
man.
because you don't
Yes,
want
it.
Laugh at this. What comes out of
Oh
Africa?
shit.
What species did they say came out of Africa?
Nah, dog.
Answer the question. Did they say another species besides Homo sapiens came out and mixed with Neanderthal? Answer the question. Due diligence. Since you laughing, you can answer it too. They only said Homo sapiens sapiens. Everything that encompasses sub-Saharan Africa,
I'm reading
that's
the
all
source.
mixed in there.
I'm reading the source.
So what?
National
So what? What does that
Library
mean?
I'm reading the source. I'm reading the source.
You mixing it up, James. You're mixing it up.
Genetic evidence for archaic admixture in Africa. Do you understand what I'm reading right now?
Everything that encompasses.
Do you hear me what I'm saying to you, bro?
Makes up Homo sapiens sapiens.
No, you're lying. What?
Everything, every archaic human that encompasses before the Neanderthal, before the Homo sapiens sapiens arrives in Africa, it all encompasses the same thing. You can't get away from it. It's all African DNA because it develops on the continent of Africa. You can't get away from that, So
I'm gonna read this again. A long debated question concerns the fate of archaic forms of the genus Homo. It say, did they go extinct without interbreeding with anatomically modern humans? It's two separate things there, bro. Or are their genes present in contemporary populations? It say, this question is typically focused on the genetic contributions of archaic forms outside of Africa. So you have an archaic form inside of Africa and an archaic form outside of Africa. They're both archaic forms. And let me prove to you that they're both archaic forms. No, you don't. Let me read this. So I want to come right here. I'm clicking archaic humans. No, they don't.
They do.
Okay, we're gonna find out right now.
We're gonna continue this.
Here you go. Let's read it. Let's see if you know what you're talking about. Look, a number of varieties of Homo are grouped into broad categories of archaic humans. It say in the period that precedes and is contemporary to the emergence of early modern humans. Homo sapiens around 300,000 years ago. Amongst the earliest remain of Homo sapiens are Homo 1 from southern Ethiopia, right? 195,000. It say the remains of Jebel El-Hood, Morocco, Flores Band in South Africa. The term typically includes Homo ancestor, bro. Homo botanist,
7 archaic humans.
Denisovan,
Homo
egastar, Homo habilis, Homo hebatagensis, Homo naladi, Homo Neanderthal, Homo rhodesius. Why are you so fixated on Neanderthal? They're all
that is
bro.
That is the non-African
that's
DNA.
Why it don't make no sense what you saying, yo. They not Homo sapiens. Why can't you? I think you watch this. Hold on. Here you go. Archaic humans had brain sizes averaging 1,200 to 1,400 cubic centimeters, which overlap with the range of modern humans. It say archaics are distinguished from anatomic modern humans by having a thick skull, prominent supraorbital ridge.
Watch this.
And lack
you reading
of prominent
what
chin.
DNA have they found in living humans today?
Is right
Watch
here,
this.
man.
What DNA have they found in living humans today? While you reading all that? Because that ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah,
we're talking about the living DNA in the humans that they found.
A00
is the oldest genetic.
It's not Homo sapien sapien. A00 is not.
Oh man.
Don't old man me, bro. Now you stuck.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Give up. You definitely in trouble. A00 is not Homo sapien sapien.
I'm in trouble.
You in trouble.
Crazy.
I've been told you was in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
I told you was in trouble. Yeah,
you
phase
cold
out.
Guy.
Now you gone next.
I gotta get. I'm bound down tonight.
You
got me.
Thank you.
I mean, you
appreciate you.
This is
appreciate
crazy.
you. Appreciate that. Ronald and Pan African just died.
We're gonna have to do what we're gonna do too. But
thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Tic tac toe. They go to wild pseudo.
You already beat up, James.
Yeah, you got us right up.
You already beat up.
But you don't even understand what Uncle do.
I don't got. Yeah, I know.
I'm telling you. See, watch this. What's the living DNA that they found in him?
A00. They found it in the man in America. That's archaic human.
Denisovan and Neanderthal in 2010 and 2015.
They just ain't named it, bro.
You need to get us scientifically up to speed because you is tripping. Peace.
Yo, the only reason they named it Neanderthal because they found it in Neanderthal Europe, yo. Good. Got him out of there.
I guess I'm getting ready to bow out also.
Yeah,
so,
bow out.
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss these things with you. Very interesting.
Good conversation, brother. We're gonna do some more homework and we're gonna keep studying. We're gonna see what we can meet at. Appreciate you, yo. Thank you.
All right. You guys take care.
Brother.
Have a good one.
All right. It's me and you.
Peace, Bobby Bank. It was a great show, man. Yeah, man. I appreciate you.
Later on. I got you. Go ahead.
It's all good. You already got at me. Nah, I was just gonna say I appreciate the opportunity, man. I have fun, man. We'll do it again.
Fun all day. We do it again. Yo, appreciate you, man. Look, man, we had a long show. I know we don't go this long. Peace, man. I want y'all to go ahead and hit the Cash App if you can. Appreciate that. Or go to the website, man. Get some No Religion, right? And just take time and rewind the show and look up the sources that we talked about, we mentioned, right? Take your time. I don't know what the hell James was talking about, right? I didn't even go into the deep sources like this. I could have went here, which I didn't. I didn't want to go there. I want to give him a break to get him out of every wiki. I could have went here. Almost all living people outside of Africa trace back to a single migration more than 50,000 years ago, all coming from Africa. And just because they mix with archaic humans doesn't mean that all of a sudden they change and stop being, quote unquote, Homo sapiens sapiens. That's not what the literature says. Not at all. Whatever it was, it didn't change to the point where they would be out of the taxonomic classification of Homo sapiens sapiens, ladies and gentlemen. He don't get it. Now, if that happened to change, then we'll say, well, it has changed. But until then, it has not changed. I just want to make that point clear. So yeah, it's late, man. Shout out to Q Butter, man. I heard they had a good conference, man. I know it was where it was supposed to be at, man. Shout out to all my haters, man. Let's see what we got in that chat, man. Gideon Block, I see you. J Cal, I see you. Vince, 902 times 91, I see you. What's this? Mezakaya, I see you. Negas, I see you. Who else we got? 504 top level. Moon Harvest. Look, man. Jackson, Black Lion Supreme. Look, man, it was a great show, man. We don't gotta agree, but y'all know I'm built for it, man. It's all day, every day, man. Make sure y'all go ahead and support the debate. It's going down. Support the debate. The Kemetic priesthood. Is the Kemetic priesthood the prototype of the Levitical priesthood? Sister Christina, and Sister Nepal. Welcome to the big leagues, ladies and gentlemen. Sarnetta TV production. Make sure you get them tickets, man. They flying out of here, man. Make sure y'all there. The inaugural event with the sisters. Come on in. Sit back and enjoy that debate. Shout out to Q Butter for putting on a successful event. We here all day, every day, man. Y'all pretty much know what it is. We enjoying what we doing, yo. Science is undefeated, man. Maybe one day they'll get that. Magi Archers in the house, man. Like and subscribe, man. Man, y'all know what it is, man. We straight appreciating the love, man. All day, every day, man. Bobby Banger, man. Community of Skeptics, man. Dropping the science, man. Got you. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Community of Skeptics. Real Black Atheism. Standing tall, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Lucille. Baltimore, Maryland. All day, every day. Black News 102, man. We in the game, man. Yeah, man. Appreciating it. House of Consciousness, man. Support that debate. Yeah. Stars came out tonight, man. Haters came out tonight, man. Lovers of Science came out tonight. They was all in the building. And we appreciate it, man. Taking on all comers, man. Having fun, man. Doing our thing. Bobby Banger. Uncle Cat. God Killer. Community of Skeptics.
The beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. God Killer. The God Killer. The God Killer. The God Killer. It's the God Killer. The God Killer. That's who it is. The God Killer. The God Killer. It's the God Killer. The God Killer. The God Killer. The God Killer. It's the God Killer. The God Killer. The God Killer. The God Killer.